Yo, yo, yo. How you guys doing? Happy Saturday, y'all. I didn't know this was going to happen so quickly. So I have something exciting for you guys. We're debating evolution, my favorite topic ever. Your favorite topic of mine to watch. This should be good. Now, I have something special for you. I've made some images that represent the evolutionary paradigm, some hybrid monsters. And you guys, through super chats, could actually reveal them tile by tile behind me. So it's very exciting. I think I've accounted for about 6 of them to go throughout the debate. So it should be really funny. So you guys can test that. Make sure it works if you want. I want to see if it executes the command. I'm testing some fun stuff. So don't be distracted. There's going to be like changing sort of tiles behind me here. So it's going to be good, okay? Okay, 1 second. I gotta talk to this guy. We'll start in a second, you guys. I'm just getting this stuff set up. You guys see the evolution animal coming up behind me? I'm not muted. Cool. All right, they're gonna start, you guys. We'll skip their intro. You know what I'm saying? Take this music down for you guys a little bit. Thank you so much.
I need a hotkey Zoom and OBS to where one key mutes both of them. That would be convenient. All right, about 15 seconds. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. Today we're doing an evolution on trial debate. If you tuned in last night, we did a kind of different version of this topic. But today we got Made by Jim Bob, and we got Sam McKee from Polymath World. And the format today is going to be 5 15-minute openings. We're going to allow a little bit longer because Sam's first time presenting on here. He's got some info. And then 60-minute open dialogue, quick wrap up with some closings, and then we'll do the Q&A. So before we start, like that video. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. We do debates, neutral platform, politics, science, and religion. So we try to have a lot of breadth on those 3 topics. Got some routine debaters. You can check out some of the bigger ones at DebateCon coming up this next week in Dallas. Get your tickets. There's going to be a lot of good ones there. We added an extra day. And that being said, you can watch them if you have your Final Word membership for the channel. That'll be all live streamed by Uncensored America. It's going to be super high quality. You guys ain't going to want to miss it. And with that said, we'll go right into it with Sam's opening. Sam, I'll start the timer the moment you start talking. And I'll give you a couple different cues throughout the debate or the opening on how much time you got left, just to let you know.
Can you see that?
Yep.
You can see my slides?
Yep. Do you want to go full screen? Okay, there you go.
Okay, well, I'm happy to start now then.
Go ahead.
Okay, evolution on trial. Evolution has already been on trial. In fact, it's been on trial 15 times in the last century. No theory in the history of science has been more scrutinized and yet remained firm. If you want to deny this, you need to take a position of conspiracy theory because it's not reasonable. The science has very much been tested a great deal. Evolution is also the only viable option for what it explains. That's a picture of McLean v. Arkansas in 1982. Creation science failed every test of science and philosophy of science, even before the 1980s. Intelligent design has been absolutely squashed in the last 20 years. It offers no viable mechanism or alternative research program at all that is live. And in the last 11 years, the third way, the so-called third way led by Dennis Noble, has tried but failed and is completely irrelevant in evolutionary biology. Circles. There is no competition in terms of anything presenting a viable option for what it explains. Just to say a little bit about theistic evolution here, I am a Christian myself. I take the position of theistic evolution. There are no scientists in any of the major academic science or science and religion bodies here in the UK or in Europe who take the position that creationism is true or that evolution is false. So I want everyone to understand that in both the humanities and the sciences, as an academic research program, there is no denial of evolution. So this is no cult thing or anything like that. Every Christian body that's academic in terms of science and religion or the life sciences accepts evolution. So I want to make a point here as well, just before we start. A lot of people are against evolution. I wonder if they've ever met a scientist in their lives. We're not an atheist cabal. If you go to the Genetic Society or the Royal Society of Biology or the British Society for Genetic Medicine, where I'm a cancer research geneticist at the University of Reading. Everyone there is lovely. They're wonderful people. We don't talk about religion whatsoever. It doesn't come up. We're not some atheist cult cabal that's looking to squash the church. That's completely nonsense. If you go there, you won't find that at all. Never has been, never will be. We're perfectly reasonable people, and I would love people to know that. Right, let's get on to the science here for a moment. Evolution and its mechanisms have been observed, demonstrated, and confirmed. Evolutionary biology, particularly convergent evolution, is a grand unifying theory across the whole life sciences. Everything from medicine, ecology, environmental science, down to genetics, developmental biology, and molecular biology. At every level, it works and is applicable. It's been demonstrated and confirmed. Here's a list of some modern examples of different kinds of mechanisms of evolution that have all been demonstrated in this century. So I've got an example here, a table for you of different kinds of evolutionary change. These are a variety of different mechanisms bringing about evolution and their modern examples. These are all 21st century examples for you all to see. The big question that Jim Bob raises a lot, I've noticed, is about gain of function. This idea that mutations are all neutral or negative, while the majority of them are, there's so many gain of function mutations, and a lot of these are live in what I'm studying in the evolution of DNA repair. So here's some modern examples again, the kind of gain of function mutation that there was, what the new function was, and the evolutionary significance. I can come back to this picture if you want to see it later, but I know I've got to press on. Here's a great example that you can find, including a team that involved several Christians on it, again from the 21st century, of gain of function mutations in experimental evolution. Right, and here's one of my favorites, which is the evolution of the antifreeze property in ice fish that allowed them to move further north into the Antarctic to exploit an entire new ecological niche and flourish. So that was a huge speciation radiation event from a gain of function mutation. Now, I put this in, Jim Bob, because I know you love whales so much. So I just thought I'd put this in. I love whales too. I wanted to be a marine biologist when I was a kid. This is an article I wrote. I do a lot of science communication for The Conversation, Newsweek, the Institute of Art and ideas about whales, because I thought I'd spend some time on Pakicetus as just a gift to Jim Bob. So whale evolution is one of the better documented things, but a lot of what people don't realize is just how much this has exploded in the last few years. I'll just say, when I went back to university and did 2 years of evolutionary biology in 2018, I got reprimanded for using a textbook in one of my assignments that was 7 years old because it was far too far out of date. If you're going to talk about evolution today, you have to talk about it now. Evolution is the fastest growing discipline in the life sciences because of genomics. And I got told off for using a textbook from 2012. So if you're talking about anything before 2012, what are you doing? What are we even doing here? And a big reason for this is whale genomes have been sequenced into oblivion since 2023. So a huge amount of genome sequencing and comparative genomics of baleen whales was published in 2023. Particular focus, here's one of the main papers for it. Particular focus on the blue whale because it's so big and so interesting, how you get to something that size and how it doesn't succumb to cancer. And what was found was there are a lot of genes for gigantism, which we also see in elephants, whale sharks, and those sorts of things that had been developed inside many of these whales that had allowed them to just explode in size, which is really, really interesting because we see these also convergent in a lot of other big creatures. The pygmy right whale gene was noticed first, and I wrote on the evolution of rorquals as opposed to toothed whales. But then the comparative genomics was also compared to all kinds of aquatic mammals. We saw that there are a lot of genes that were lost in the transition from land to water. So this is the main answer to a lot of the questions I know you have, Jim Bob. Then the genome of the minke whale was sequenced, the blue whale, the humpback whale, the North Atlantic and southern right whale. And what this allowed us to do in about 2024 was compare the genomes of all the major whales and trace their evolutionary history. So that's fascinating. You should look into that. What it did lead to was a lot of reclassification of many whales species that were classified wrong. Well, not wrong, but it was much more interesting. So this led to the reclassification of various species of Bryde's whale that occupy tropical waters. And so the rice whale, the Amura's whale, and the Eden's whale were all reclassified as seen to actually be completely independent species. Another area I work in is space science. So I publish a lot on DNA damage repair in space. A great example of modern evolution is what's going on in the International Space Station. As you know, in space you can get sick more easily and it's harder to get better because your immune system is suppressed. Astronauts need to spend 2 hours a day cleaning because of the proliferation of biofilm. Here's part of the attack against it, which is really wonderful. This is rockstar NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. In 2018, she did the first ever gene sequencing in space. And then in 2020, she sequenced the genomes of all the microorganisms living on the ISS and cataloged them all into a library. I was involved in an experiment that got flown into the International Space Station in 2023 because we were looking to get rid of biofilm growths because these microbes evolve under such selective pressure on the ISS so quickly. It is actually a health hazard to astronauts. So we were looking at means of killing them more quickly in a way that wasn't going to allow them to evolutionarily thrive. So that's really interesting. You can ask me about that if you want. Right, what I want to emphasize here is that evolution is a hard science, it's a mathematical science, it's predictive, it's got technological applications, it's a grand unifying theory, but it's also a medical science. It plays a major role in my own cancer research. Yes, it's predictive. We predicted in 2005 that there'd be marsupial fossils in Antarctica, and they were found, which is one of the most extraordinary live predictions of its kind in this century. And then Tiktaalik, but you know all about Tiktaalik. The African cichlid fish near Lake Victoria is really, really interesting in terms of radiation and speciation really rapidly. And again, we can look at gain of function mutations on this. But because it dries up so quickly, you get these isolated pools where there's a very strong selective pressure. So yeah, this has been looked at very, very heavily as to how they radiate and adapt so quickly because they're very small and have short lifespans. They evolve very, very quickly. There are a lot of major academic societies for evolution, and I encourage people to look at their work. So I'm a member of the Society for Molecular Biology and Evolution, as well as the Royal Society of Biology and the Genetics Society. You can go to our conferences, look at what we do, look at what we talk about. One question I have for Jim Bob is, what does he think that evolutionists do? I don't want to use the term evolutionist because there are no such things as evolutionists. They're just people who believe in evolution, I guess. But what do you think we do all day? What is it you think that scientists do? Evolution has transformed so much since the end of the Human Genome Project. So I was based in Cambridge. I did my studies there. Cambridge has the #1 genetics center on the planet. It's the #1 university on the planet for genetics. We have the Sanger Center, where the Human Genome Project was really carried in Europe. It began with the Human Genome Project, then moved on to the 1,000 Genomes Project, then the 100,000 Genomes Project, and now we have the major projects I'll talk about if I have time. And that's because the cost of genome sequencing has come down so much. I sequenced my own genome in February for £80 with a handheld device. The original genome sequencing took 13 years and cost 4 billion. And now you can do it with a handheld device. And this means that scientists in the field can sequence genomes without needing to go into a lab and can do very quick comparative analysis. The field of bioinformatics is really a bit more than 10 years old as a professional discipline, but it's exploding with this data revolution that's driving evolution. Just another thing on this. Why we have new tools to study evolutionary biology. The life sciences have exploded and the general public really has no idea where they are. In 2015, my own discipline of DNA repair was awarded with the Nobel Prize. 2017, cryo-EM was awarded the Nobel Prize. That's what I used at Birkbeck, which allows us to study macromolecules in solution to incredible resolution.
Cancer. You got about 4 minutes.
Right, okay. Cancer immunotherapy was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2018. These two wonderful women won the Nobel Prize for CRISPR. And CRISPR has allowed us to use directed and experimental evolution very quickly and accurately. The Neanderthal genome was sequenced in 2022, and that was the highest prize ever given to evolutionary biology. And in 2024, AlphaFold won the Nobel Prize, which is what I use each week. So modern biology has changed. It's completely changed. Anyone talking about evolution needs to talk about it now, or it's a waste of time. We're in an era of gene editing, immunotherapy, and computational biology, where we can look at the mutations that are happening in real time and assess their medical and real-world applications. AlphaFold, which won the Nobel Prize last year, another massive, massive prize awarded to the discipline of evolutionary biology, is completely based on evolutionary principles. The protein folding problem was the biggest problem in biology and a complete mystery, and people always use physics to try and solve it. But when we switched to evolution, we solved it. That's huge. I can't overstate how huge that is. Here's a project by one of my best friends coming out of the Sanger Center on how AlphaFold can be used to map molecular phylogeny. I'm going to need to skip ahead. This is Dr. Kat Arney, a friend of mine, an award-winning science communicator. She said that the world of cancer changed when we started treating it like a disease of evolution rather than just a disease. So we have immunotherapy and DNA repair therapy now. This is active cancer genetics now. I want to ask Jim Bob, if evolution isn't true, what on earth is cancer research and how does it work? We don't just cut it out, burn it, or blast it anymore. We use immunotherapy. We use DNA repair therapy, the most effective treatment ever for melanoma and breast cancer. What is cancer research today if evolution isn't true? We do genetic counseling when we're assessing rare and common disease. It's based entirely on genetic principles, which is how we help people with Huntington's disease and Tay-Sachs disease and sickle cell disease. I had the pleasure of meeting Svante Pääbo last year, the guy who won the Nobel Prize for sequencing the Neanderthal genome. That was such big news. That research was then topped in 2015 by the sequencing of the Denisovan genome. That research saved over 100,000 lives during the pandemic because we were able to isolate biomarkers for respiratory disease. This is the protein I work on, human mut-S alpha. Compare it to E. coli mut-S. This is one of the most ancient proteins in life. And if you look, these aren't convergent, they're divergent. They're very, very highly constrained. I can talk to you about the molecular aspects of this later if you want to ask questions. But the point is that although sequence is fairly conserved, it's structure that's majorly conserved. And this is what we're studying when we're looking at things like gain of function mutations. I know you often ask, why? What is it? What does it do? do? Well, I'm happy to come back to this if you want to ask me about it. Convergent evolution. The 2026 Templeton Prize, awarded 3 months ago, was to my friend Simon Conway Morris for his work on convergent evolution. My question here for Jim Bob is, 3 of the last 4 years, a major scientific prize has gone to evolutionary biology. How on earth can anyone claim that it's failing or dying or irrelevant? What's the competition? 3 of the last 4 years and 6 of the last 8, a major prize in the medical field or in scientific discovery has gone to the field of evolutionary biology. No other discipline in the history of science has won as many major prizes as evolutionary biology because of that. So what's the competing paradigm? What else is there to say here? The convergent evolution phenomenon has been seen in the immune system, in sex pheromones that are in insects and elephants, which is extraordinary. Protein structural evolution, that's the convergence that I really work on.
And that'll be 15
yeah.
minutes right there.
Okay, well, here we go. I'll just go to my questions then. If evolution failed the scientific method, and I have a PhD in history and philosophy of science, so I'm happy to talk about philosophy of science if Jim Bob wants to. But if evolution failed the scientific method, why is it underpinning some of the most advanced biological research on Earth today? And this is just a list of some of those things. By the way, in philosophy of science, there's a big move now to reclassify evolution as a scientific law. This was a paper published this year, not as a theory, because of these changes. So evolution is seen in philosophy of science today more as a law rather than as a theory. Can you identify another biological theory that's generated more successful predictions than evolutionary biology? Can you identify another biological theory that's generated more major prizes? If evolutionary biology fails the scientific method, why do the world's leading genome centers, cancer institutes, pharmaceutical companies, conservation organizations, and molecular biology laboratories use it every single day? And I'd be very excited to talk about the Tree of Life project that's happening now. This is the most ambitious biological project in the history of the world, and it's going on right now in Cambridge at the Sanger Center. It's very exciting.
We'll have to stop it right there. That's 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Jim Bob, you have equal amount of time if you'd like. You don't have to use the full amount, but I'll start the timer for your opening the moment you start talking. Like the video, guys. Appreciate all y'all in the chat. Going crazy.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So yeah, I want to first say that if you guys were listening to the opener, it actually sounded more like a job interview than in a case for evolution. What we heard is a lot of assertions that people believe evolution is true. We saw a lot of myopic views on studying genetics locally and what happens inside the body. Well, I'm not really concerned with what happens currently inside the bodies of select categories of animals. I'm looking at what the claim of evolution is. One, first and foremost, the claim is that evolution is a scientific theory. Well, it's actually not a scientific theory because scientific theories need to go through the scientific method. So the first challenge for my opponent tonight is, if he claims it's a scientific theory and he claims it goes through the scientific method, certainly at least he could take me through the scientific method with one observation inside the evolutionary paradigm, go through the experiment, go through the secondary observation, repeat, and craft a scientific theory. He won't be able to do this. I want to point out that he said at the end that something held as a theory, such as evolution, is now making its way to a law. This is actually completely scientifically illiterate. Scientific theories never graduate to laws, ever. It's never happened. They're categorically different things. You don't develop a scientific theory and it graduates into a law and it has a new costume. That just never happens. It's impossible because it's a category error. Now, looking at what evolution actually is, right? Notice how the proponent of evolution today actually granted himself all of these categories, like a whale or studying cancer inside certain beings. Well, we're not there yet, buddy. So if evolution is the believed process in which living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth, that's actually something that needs to be generated. He actually mentioned the Pakicetus. Pakicetus is an animal that's the size of a wolf. That's kind of like a land cow type of thing. And the story is, in 53 million years, this Pakicetus went through genetic mutations. And through the 4 mechanisms of evolution, or 2 or 3, or pick one, it doesn't matter. The claim is that a Pakicetus undergoes genetic mutation and in 53 million years becomes a new formed organism through changes. Now, there's a big problem with this. Not only can he not explain how that happens, he just merely asserts that it happened. But not only that, he has to tell me when these new categories begin. So I'm glad he's willing to discuss the philosophical categories of evolution, being that the notion of evolution, the concept of it, the hunch that it is, relies wholly on these categories being somehow objectively grounded. Well, that's a problem. We're going to see today, that evolution is completely arbitrary. The definition and the criterion for species, completely arbitrary. Clades, completely arbitrary. Where's the delineation between one animal and another through time? In 53 million years, in other words, how many different animals exist between a Pakicetus and a whale? If you say there's a Pakicetus and then there's a whale, how would you know how many different types of category animals there are in between this? You couldn't possibly tell me. Why? Because you don't have an objective standard or criterion for determining such. So you can't even actually tell me a Pakicetus exists or a whale exists because it's nominal. There's no actual objective criterion for determining such a thing. It's only an arbitrary way to label something temporarily while it's in the process of changing out of what the nature that it is. Evolution holds 4 key mechanisms: natural selection, mutation, genetic drift, gene flow. Honestly, in all of my debates, natural selection and mutation, the proponent of evolution never gets out of these things. I want to add that genetic mutation from the evolutionary view is also said to account for the incidental crafting of highly specialized mechanisms. Now, notice in his opener, he just granted himself animals that already have brains, vertebrae, invertebrates, livers, lungs, brain, everything else, right? Vestibular systems and the rest, eyeballs. They all do something. Now, each of those mechanisms does something, but the proponent of evolution has to argue that the production of such a function was incidental. Now he'll say, well, no, keeping it isn't incidental because it was advantageous. Okay, well, if it's advantageous, you still have to hold that the function that it actually does is incidental. In natural language, that's to say what the heart does inside the body, the mereology of what the heart does in the body in conjunction with other things. Okay, that's incidental. That's completely incidental. It just accidentally is awesome, basically. So that's what he has to say. But further, he has to explain how random mutation actually produces a cascade of events that builds something like the vestibular system. Now, for those of you who don't know, the vestibular system for human is the system, very complex system, that accounts for the spatial awareness and balance of the human being, of the organism. So there's another problem here. You have to keep going back in history and say the vestibular system was produced by random mutation from a very long distant ancestor that didn't really have a vestibular system to this extent, right? Now notice they always grant themselves a previous animal that already had the components for a vestibular system. Well, you don't get out of it. You have to explain how random mutation produces something in a circumstance where it doesn't have that thing. That's actually necessary, unless you just say magically animals exist in their essential starting points where they have some organisms that they depend on. And then those organisms and those organs can alter over time. These are 2 different claims. I'll be focusing on 2: natural selection, mutation. Mutation is said to be the ultimate source of all genetic variation. The issue is populations themselves. Listen carefully. Populations themselves are an example of genetic variation. But you see that populations have to have genetic variation. You have a problem here, right? How does genetic variation produce populations if you need populations to produce genetic variation? I'll say it again. How does genetic variation produce populations if you need populations to produce genetic variation? It's always going to be a case of the proponent just magically giving himself a huge array of existing things that do stuff, and then they can talk about evolution. Now, they might scream, I'm not talking about abiogenesis. That's fine. Even if I granted you a first population of basic replicators or something even more complex, you still have to develop a system and a mechanism and an explanation for how you go from A to B, but you never can do that. You just say it happens over time, and it's very complex, and we're starting to understand more about it. Well, I'm sorry. The debate isn't whether or not you think we're trying to understand more about it. By the way, my opponent appealed to scientists giving each other awards. And on that basis, by all means, we should listen to them because it must be true if they give each other awards. That's like saying, it makes sense for Barack Obama to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. He got the award, even though he bombed, 7 majority Muslim countries. Now, some could argue geopolitically that it actually was a peace process, but doesn't actually verify anything to give someone an award. Awards are given arbitrarily by people who agree with people. So that doesn't really say anything, okay? The other issue with mutations is that most mutations are neutral or harmful, but even the ones that are claimed to be beneficial still have to explain how extremely complex systems with dedicated tasks, like the vestibular system, are engineered purely incidentally. Now, I'm using engineered liberally. I don't want you guys to get triggered to think there's an engineer. I'm not even positing that. I'm actually positing the opposite. Evolution has to say there is no engineer, and through a non-directed process, random events over time produce very precise mechanisms that do very task-oriented things consistently, too. They actually... and it's so complex that when they fail, there's an alert system in the body that tells you it's failing, that it's not doing it properly. The problem here is, from the evolutionary view, there's no such thing as a proper function to begin with because it's all incidental. You could only say there's a typical function and a temporarily typical function. That is to say, how the brain works right now and how the vestibular system works now and how the liver works now. In a snapshot of evolution, it just happens to be doing that thing. It doesn't say that it'll continue to do that thing or it should do that thing or there's any meaning or purpose for it doing that. It's all just incidental. So when you look at the evolutionary view and look at what their process is that they argue is generating these complex neurological systems, they're actually saying all of it is accidental and all of it accidentally works together in such a beautiful way, right? That's what they have to say. My opponent must defend the position that random mutation builds specialized features. Now, could he explain how random mutation builds a specialized feature? No. Could he explain how random mutation can produce one category of an animal and actually produce an entirely different, dissimilar category? Well, he has to be able to do that. Now, this brings me to the other argument that's also made, which is, well, we found fossils, right? Let's look at fossils. Well, if you look at a fossil, you're finding a static object. They'll often say, look, we can view the transition. No, transition is an event. You don't observe the event. You actually assume the event by looking at an animal. But the problem here is, in the near term, the argument is something similar in anatomy and phenotype, because you don't have access to the genotype, just phenotype. It's phenotypically similar to this other thing that's alive today. Therefore, it must be its share an ancestor, or it is the ancestor. The problem with this, as the criterion, is that if you go back far enough, let's say we have a whale, and you say the Pakicetus 53 million years ago is the ancestor of the whale. Well, based on similarity, right? This story of similarity. And then you find fossils in between, and you say, look, we're watching the change. No, you're watching a story.
5.5 minutes.
And you're using, you're interpolating the story like an animation. The problem is appealing to similarity and saying that ancestry is a justified belief based on similarity isn't a good criterion. The reason is, if you go back far enough, you have to say something completely dissimilar in phenotype and anatomy is also the ancestor. So it's not a real win to say, look, similar shapes, similar hands, similar this, similar that. What you're really pointing to, and the only thing you could actually point to, is you're observing similarity in anatomy. And at the genetic level, if you have access to it, you're saying we have similarity in function, right? So every time they go, can you explain to me, if evolution isn't true, why these two things are so similar in their placement or where they are and what they do? Well, you're just restating that they're similar. That's all you're really saying. You're just saying two things are similar, and I say, yeah, they share a function. That's like saying, look at the raccoon hand. If I didn't know what a raccoon was and I found it and someone told me it was a million years old, do I have reason to believe that it's the human ancestor because it looks like a miniature hand? No, we're looking at similar function. So the genetic information embedded in the animal informs how it develops, and how it develops is given by what its functions are. Now, the idea that these things develop and they maintain their identity, whether it's the mechanism, an organ, or the organism itself, to say it developed to survive, well, that's obviously not true. It accidentally developed and it happened to survive. But this doesn't make it. This doesn't justify why they keep any of these things to begin with, because keeping something also relies on genetics, right? So you have to develop a theory, or this, I shouldn't call it a theory. You develop this notion, this narrative that things develop hyper-specialized things for their survival, but also accidentally keep them genetically. They could just as well mutate away from that usefulness. It has to be an accident that they're useful. And it also has to be an accident that they're kept, that they actually maintain the part or the mechanism. So that's a big problem under this system. So we won't get too deep into the vestibular system. Natural selection has its own problems. The idea that mutation is random, by the way, another thing that they can't define. My opponent tonight won't be able to tell me what the criterion for determining whether something's random or not. He couldn't possibly tell me how he knows something's random. Natural selection is the idea that random, but natural selection is not random. This is not actually entirely true either. Natural selection refers to the external environment selecting for existing traits. That is to say, accidental traits emerge from a process, and if they suit the environment or benefit the animal, the external environment doesn't swoop them out of existence, right? But the problem is natural selection appeals to the environment, but the environment is made up of particular organisms, both plant and animal, that are also undergoing random mutation. So it's not actually true that natural selection exits this random category, because natural selection assumes an environment that's filled with items and organisms that are the product and undergoing still random mutation. So it's like random environment is choosing the random traits to keep for an organism. The environment itself is a collection of particulars, I said. How does an ever-changing system of organisms, which is the environment, ecology, which is the environment, physical conditions, the environment, produce regular processes called evolution? You see the problem here? They look at evolution as if it's this neutral position where you're studying it from the idea that the environment's the same. The environment is an abstract concept that includes particulars. The particulars in nature, from the evolutionary view, are also in flux. So you see the problem in the story. An animal over 50 million years develops some sort of mechanism, and it's suitable for the environment. Well, for it to be suitable for the environment needs to not change. So this thing's changing accidentally toward an advantage, accidentally, and the environment accidentally stays the same, so that when it finally finishes its system, which, by the way, there's no finishing mechanism. The heart can't be complete. There's no complete organism. There's no properly formed organ in the evolutionary view. It's all in flux. But if you think about it from their chronological view, their story is basically organisms change and undergo random mutation, and it produces hyper-specialized advantages and tools that are kept because they go well with the environment. And if they don't go well with the environment, maybe the animal dies altogether. There's a huge problem there. The only way you could argue that is in circumstances in which the environment doesn't change. It has to stay the same so that it waits for this thing to develop something cool for it. And then it goes, oh, good luck, congratulations.
All right, Jim Bob?
Yeah.
That was the time. Sorry
well,
to cut you off.
I'll take the 2 extra minutes that he got, actually.
Oh, I gave that to you.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, he got 16 and a half minutes,
That's fine.
and I let you go up 16 and a half. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But you were cooking there, so I didn't want to interrupt and let you know you had a minute or two left. So I'm going to let you do what you did. But we are going to get into the open debate now, open dialogue here. So you guys can ask each other questions. Do your best, keep it respectful as possible. That way I don't have to go to timed responses for the audience's sake. But with that being said, I'll start the timer. We'll do 55 minutes to an hour, so we have time for some closings and then the Q&A.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Am I going first?
I mean, we could. I don't know if you're going to do
I don't
examinations, timed. Do you want to do a time cross exam, or do you want to have it just open, Mike?
Yeah, Sam, we could
it.
split it up if you want into like 10, 15-minute cross examinations where Sam, you can ask Jim Bob questions, you can interrupt his answers and ask the next question, and vice versa.
Well, yeah, whatever brings the best conversation and the least interruptions. I'm happy to keep it open. There's a lot of great questions there.
Let's try to start it open, and then if you guys want
Okay.
to move into something else, just let me know.
Good. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of great questions there. There's a lot of sort of general, some misunderstandings as well. I think we can clear up quite easily. What would you like to talk about the scientific method, the
Yes.
vestibular system? What
let's
would
start.
you like to do?
Let's start with the scientific method, Sam.
Okay. A picture's worth 1,000 words. I did have an image I didn't use, if you don't mind looking at it for a second, about the scientific method. And I'll take it down as soon as you want it taken down so that we can see each other's faces. Where is it? I just made a table here of the scientific method.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can take this. Yeah, let's look at this and let's take.
There really isn't anywhere where it fails the scientific method. In fact, it's quite spectacular. But this is just the general scientific method you learn in secondary school here in England.
Okay.
Observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment, results, revision.
Let's go through one at a time here. Observation, biodiversity, fossils. We could either go with fossils or biodiversity. Let's go with fossils first because it's usually the one looked at. I find an incomplete or complete fossil in the ground, right? And I look at it. Okay, what's the observation?
I took the screen share down, by the way, Sam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Observation is probably the most straightforward one, actually, because it can be anything. It could be a fossil, but it could be just whatever you're looking at. How has it gotten this way? And from there, you have your hypothesis. Okay. So it could be a fossil. It could be genetic data. It could be something ancient, but it could also be something new.
Okay, we're going to take the Sam, sorry to interrupt, but I'm trying to just go with the fossil as the observation.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no problem.
So is it true when you find a fossil, you're digging up a static item, right? It's a static item. It's not changing itself. It's just an item that has anatomy, right? So your observation is a singular, particular thing called an animal fossil, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what would be the hypothesis if you're just finding an object?
I suppose it would be, what is this? How did it get there? I mean, we've got the Natural History Museum just down the road from me. I used to go there all the time as a kid. Founded by Richard Owen, who was just fascinated by dinosaur fossils that were found. It was like, what is this? How did it get here? And began that whole process. So trying to figure out what it is. Obviously, other questions like how did it die? What could have happened? And then from there, you build this is the same as forensic science, really.
Okay, so forensic science, if I find a body and I determine it's a human, I want to know how he died. That's not a question of whether or not animals change over time, right?
No, but you build from your observation to your hypothesis. It depends what your hypothesis is.
I'm trying to get to the hypothesis. The question, how did this animal die or this human die, is it true that hypothesis has nothing to do with whether or not a Pakicetus turns into a whale?
Would you like to use that as your example? Because we could just roll with that if you want.
The question is, if I find a skeleton and it looks like they died and I want to figure out how they died, I could determine what the animal is, or I might not know what the animal is and I determine how it died.
Let's assume you don't know what the animal is.
Yeah, asking the question, how did this animal die? That's not a question that, if answered, could actually lead to the conclusion or come to the conclusion that animals change into other animals over time, right?
Yeah, but you've just jumped from observation to prediction and hypothesis. We're still on observation, aren't we?
No, we're at the hypothesis. If the observation is you pick up a fossil and you look at it, right? what's inside the evolutionary paradigm? What is the hypothesis when you find a fossil?
Yeah, well, there's a huge amount you can tell just by observation. I think you're missing a very key point there, that observation isn't just a blank slate. That you can tell a huge amount by observation. You can tell a great deal depending on where it was, depending on the way it's laid out, depending on any genetic data. If it's something like a Neanderthal skeleton, for example, you can tell a huge amount by observation. I think you.
What's
you
the
seem to-
hypothesis, Sam?
Sorry. So
The question wasn't not whether or not you can look at a fossil and go, wow, look at that. It looks like it may have been a bird or may have did this or that. I'm not asking about that. I'm trying to take evolution through the scientific method, which is one of my core contentions with it being called a scientific theory. So we got an observation. It's called a fossil. We dig it out of the ground and look at it. We observe it. What's the hypothesis?
So let's go with something specific, shall we? Let's go with Pakicetus because it's your favorite. Yeah, the hypothesis is, from what we can tell, this is an ancient marine animal, but it has a lot of features which are very, very different from marine animals today.
Okay, that's an observation still.
Yeah. Okay, so
trying to get past the observation here, Sam.
Okay, sorry. I thought we were on hypothesis already.
No, we didn't. That's one of my contentions is you never get to the hypothesis. You just restate observations over and over again, which happens every time I debate this, which is this. You find an animal. You're calling this animal the Pakicetus. It's some sort of land animal, and you're trying to figure out, what it looks like and what it is. You're looking at anatomy. Now, what you're saying is you're observing, the new observation it sounds like is you're now observing similarities in phenotype and anatomy with existing things or even some things that don't exist anymore that you've also found, right? So you're looking, the observation, correct me if I'm wrong now, is similarities between two things phenotypically, right?
Sure. Okay. It's not just that, though. It's really not. I think the thing is, Jim Bob, if you don't mind, because I want to be respectful, and I know you've done this a lot more than I have in terms of these discussions. Okay. There is a massive, massive body of literature in philosophy of biology that you don't seem to be aware of. Philosophy of biology exists. It's a flourishing discipline. And there's the work of Elliot Sober, Michael Ruse, all these people on this. There's a huge amount that you don't seem to be aware of.
That's great. Tell me what they would say the hypothesis is then.
Okay, so there's actually another problem to fill in the gap, if you don't mind. Because it's not just philosophy, and I don't want us to just get in philosophy. I want us to stick with science where we can.
I'm trying to get it through the scientific method here, but we're not talking about philosophy. We're talking about the hypothesis. So again, if I find a fossil and my observation is the fossil has similarities, phenotypical and anatomy is similar to something else today, I'm asking you, what's the hypothesis?
Okay, so it could be, let's say it's an ancient whale like Pakicetus. It could be this was a transitional fossil, perhaps, between mammals like hippos and whales. It could be that this was a shallow water creature. It could be because Pakicetus is from Pakistan, up in the mountains. That's very, very strange. Obviously, that's a very different time geologically to what it is today because it's in mountains. Which is why it was called Pakicetus. It could be that this is actually a deep water species that died very recently. I mean, a hypothesis is taking a little bit of data and moving to a point where you can get a lot more data. Can I give you another marine example from the University of Reading?
No, let's just go with the Pakicetus. You find an animal. It has similarity in anatomy to other animals today. And the question I think you're trying to ask, I'm trying to help you here. The question I think you're asking is, what causes the similarities in anatomy?
No, that's your question, but I'm happy to roll with it.
Well, I'm trying to figure out a viable question, because asking what is it and just assuming it's a land animal or it might be a previous whale, that's actually not a hypothesis, because all you have is the observation of similar things. So just saying what is it actually doesn't get you to it. It's the beginning form of what we now see a whale to be. So I'm trying to figure out what is it you're observing that gives you a viable hypothesis, the introduction of the variable at which you can test whether or not your hypothesis is correct. For instance, let's move over to something more accessible. If I observe a phenomenon of someone being sick, the question, would it be fair to say the question is what causes the phenomenon of them being sick?
Yeah, that would be a very fair question. Of
Okay,
course.
and then the phenomenon of being sick would be a biological category, right? Like it would be like in the category of biology, what's happening to this biological body, right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, and then if I took that through the scientific method, if I thought it was some type of leaf they ingested that made them sick, is it fair to say the hypothesis is, did this particular leaf, in contrast to all these other things that they may have eaten, is it fair to say that the question is this leaf the cause of this phenomenon? And from there, it makes sense that we could move into the experiment, introduce the leaf, maybe introduce something that's not that leaf, introduce some bananas, see what actually over time produces the phenomenon of them being sick. Now, the reason I bring that up is because that's very clear, and you could make your way through the scientific method, at the end of which you can develop a theory. This leaf, generally speaking, produces inductively, we look at induction and say over time it seems to be the case that it produces this phenomenon. Maybe it's not with every person though, maybe it's just with certain people. But when you find a fossil and you're trying to demonstrate that the fossil's a transitional fossil, that is to say it's a snapshot of a movement away from itself, a movement towards what we call a whale today, I'm asking you for what the actual hypothesis is that you're going to, what are you going to introduce to demonstrate that the similarities in phenotype and anatomy is produced by the story, basically, that one thing used to be another thing? How would you actually go about the scientific method doing that?
Okay, great. There's a lot in that. I'd appreciate some time to get into it, because that's a long question. And again, it's really not as hard as you think. I think we're overcomplicating things that are simple, and we're simplifying things that are complicated. So getting from observation to hypothesis is easy. Anyone can do that with anything. I could say my scientific hypothesis is that Elvis Presley did it. He put this fossil here. Going from observation to hypothesis is easy. I think what you really are drilling into is, does evolution actually do anything, or is it just stories and guessing? To which it really isn't. Getting from hypothesis to prediction and beyond today is a completely new landscape. Like I said, with Pakicetus and modern whales, you can examine ancient genes like the genomics projects that are going on at the Sanger Center in Cambridge. You can do this obviously a lot more easily with things like microbes and plants. Because you're not dealing with stuff on the macro level of something like a whale. But like I said, we've sequenced the genomes of all the whales now, as well as other creatures like hippos and things that we think would be share a lineage with something like Pakicetus. You can get a lot of data, but there's whole other things you could do. So University of Reading, we have phylogeny projects on ichthyosaurs. You familiar with an ichthyosaur?
No.
Oh, so they're swimming dinosaurs. They're dinosaurs. They were a bit dolphin-like. Okay. You can with a huge amount, and I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I don't work on dinosaurs, but there are people on the teams with me who do. You can do a tremendous amount of statistical analysis and mathematical modeling. So even when you don't verify your claims, and we hold claims really loosely, we don't have our pet theories that we cling to. You're looking for data. You can rule out a tremendous amount. I think in general, the public does not understand what we can do with molecular phylogeny and statistical analysis. You can do a lot of computational modeling. So with that, we've been able to put together the migration patterns of ichthyosaurs based on just a few skeletons. I mean, that's incredible with what you can do, and it's useful data. It makes predictions. So I'm afraid you're dead wrong on the whole thing of going from observation to hypothesis to prediction. You can get a lot of real world data with real world analysis because we got tools that we didn't have 10 years ago. Pakicetus is a decent example because of the genome sequencing of the whales recently. I think before then you'd certainly have had a bigger point that there are a lot of problems there in terms of data gaps and accessibility. But that's changed since 2023. I think before then you'd definitely have had a fair case on that, but it's a different world now. With microbes, you can map genes back a lot longer. Actually, do you want to talk about the vestibular system? Because that's a good example.
No, I wanted to try to make our way through. I wanted to make our way through the scientific method. We're still only at observation now, so.
Well, you've got observation and hypothesis. That's cheap and easy to get to. Hypothesis to prediction is a lot harder, because I could just say my scientific hypothesis is that Elvis put this here, and then I have to make some predictions. That's the hard bit.
Hold on a second. We started with, we found an animal that we think was some type of land animal, and we look at anatomy and we look at something, maybe the shape of the skull or where things are, where their limbs are, and we go, wow, I mean, in a weird sense, it kind of looks like a whale. Like a whale looks like a stretched out version of this thing. Okay, what's the hypothesis?
So the hypothesis depends on the data you get from the observation, how it died, where it died, the circumstances, the location. Anatomical features is definitely a big part of it, but you can build a really big picture and say, my hypothesis is, for example, that this is part of the whale lineage.
Okay, your hypothesis is the whale, the fact that it's part of the whale lineage that causes the similarity between the two things.
Well, I'm not making any causative predictions yet. That would come up for prediction. My hypothesis is just that it's related to whales because of
when you say related,
features.
when you say related, you're saying that your hypothesis is this animal I just found over 53 million years turned into a whale.
No, well, that again is a stretch too far because a hypothesis isn't a claim. You're fully prepared for a hypothesis to be wrong, to be dead wrong, barking up the wrong tree.
Mm-hmm.
A hypothesis is very, very tenuous. It's not a claim yet. It's not a story.
Okay.
It's not even a prediction.
What is the hypothesis when you find an anatomy in the ground that's similar to another anatomy that's not in the ground, that's in the water? What's your hypothesis? Because all your observation is so far is this anatomy looks kind of similar to this other anatomy. That's all you got so far.
That's not all you've got. You've got a lot more.
Get us to the hypothesis then.
Yeah, you've got a lot more data. I think I asked you in my presentation, what is it you think what do you think evolutionary biologists do? They're not just looking at fossils and guessing.
We're not talking about what they do, whether it's a myopic study in the lab or not, or grand study of a variety of animals on net balance. We're not talking about that. We're trying first and foremost to pull evolution, the theory, because the theory, an evolutionary theory, a scientific theory, is at the tail end of the scientific method. One of my key contentions about evolution is it's called a theory, but we're witnessing live right now that my opponent right now cannot get past the observation.
No, that's not true at all. Sorry. I want to be respectful, but I think you're really struggling with the scientific method here.
Am I?
I'm not sure you know what it is.
Really? Observation, right?
Yeah.
Hypothesis. You
Yes.
test the hypothesis with an experiment. You repeat it until you can craft a narrative inductively about the likely cause of the phenomenon you observed by way of introducing what you think is the cause and then removing all things that might not be the cause. Now, a scientific theory could actually be a null. You could actually demonstrate that what you thought was causing it wasn't actually causing it, and that's just as valuable in science. The scientific theory takes an observation, it moves it into a hypothesis, a guess about what's going on, what's causing the phenomenon, and then you have to introduce what you think is causing the phenomenon through an experiment so that you can develop a scientific theory about the causation that you're actually assuming. And now it's inductive, so it's only likelihood anyway, right? I'm demonstrating that you looking at anatomy and going, similar thing to this other thing, Pakicetus type of thing, looks like a crunched, if you stretched it out, it kind of looks like a whale. Interesting. What if that thing was the long distant ancestor to the whale and it like changed over time and became this thing called a whale? It seems like that's what you're positing right now.
Sure.
Right?
Give me a minute to walk through this, to walk through the method for you, and I hope it will answer your question. Otherwise, feel free to press again. Because there are a number of things you said there which got confused: hypothesis, prediction, and experiment. You were putting things in the wrong place. And I say this with respectfully. I'm not knocking you for it.
What's specific? I want to know, where did I put, what did I put in the wrong place?
So when you were talking about, when you went back to mentioning theory, when you were talking about jumping to experiment, you started referencing things that would be part of the hypothesis. And when you were talking about the observation, you were referencing things that would fit in prediction. It's easily done. I do it all the time. But anyway, your observation requires, hopefully, gathering a lot of data. With Pakicetus, there's a decent amount of data, so it's a good example. Hypothesis is cheap. It's dead easy to get to hypothesis. You can make any hypothesis you want. prediction, it needs to be something that's viable. You need to be able to make a prediction. Like, let's say, observation. I found my Pakicetus, where I found it, when I found it, the surrounding circumstances, the anatomy, the features, any molecular data I can get, and any surrounding features, any neighboring fossils, for example. The Pakistan mountains are quite a rich source for all kinds of stuff, actually. Then you get to your hypothesis, which is, let's just say, it's part of the whale lineage. Prediction. Now I need to make a prediction. It should fit here in the whale.
Let's go with that. It's part of the whale lineage.
Can you let me run through the rest of the scientific method?
Yeah.
Sure. It'll only take a second.
Okay.
Prediction. It should fit in the whale lineage here because of these features, let's say. Experiment and test. That's the thing that people always crunch on with evolution, that there's no experiment or test. But like I said, now that we have genome sequencing, that's very straightforward. You've got a lot you can do there. And then your results, they should be able to tell you something about the molecular phylogeny. And when it comes to Pakicetus, while we don't have the Pakicetus genome, we do have a ton of ancient genomes and modern ones that would allow you to classify it a lot better. And then you revise your thesis. So one thing about Pakicetus that I don't think you realize, if it was a wolf/whale featurette, even if you put the highest level of gestation, let's say 4 years of impregnation, gestation, and birth before even the slowest wolf-like creature could have viable offspring again.
It's not wolf-like, it's wolf size. It's more cow-like.
Okay. Well, even better.
Know your dogma.
Sure. Even if you put it to the slowest level of gestation, the time difference, which you think is quite small, that's enough for over 3 million generations. 3 million generations.
Do you want to talk about time? I mean, I'm fine abandoning the, I think I've done a fair job demonstrating you can't actually take evolution through the scientific method. So we can move on to time.
No, I don't want to concede that. I don't want to concede that.
If you want to stay on the scientific method then, because all I got from you so far is, the closest thing I got for you as a hypothesis is the thing you found, in this case the Pakicetus, is of the lineage of the whale.
Maybe we could spend another 5-10 minutes on this and then go to another topic.
Is it true that your hypothesis is that the thing you found in the ground as a singular object, because of anatomy similarities to the existing whale, you're saying that this is a part of the whale lineage?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was looking at my slides. Do you want to say that again? Sorry.
Yeah. So when you pick up this thing, what is to be the Pakicetus, you look at the anatomy. It's similar to a whale in some ways, different in some ways, and your hypothesis is this is part of the whale lineage.
Jim Bob, the Pakicetus has been shown through molecular phylogeny to belong to this lineage. I don't know how you keep.
That's begging the question, man.
It's not. It's data.
It literally is the thing you're trying to prove.
No, yeah, but it took, what, 50 years?
You're trying to prove the thing. You're just asserting it. No. That's what you're trying to... No, Sam, you're trying to argue that. Look, if it's proven, you can bring it through the scientific method. Now, again...
We did bring it through the scientific method.
Let's do it right now.
Yeah,
watch. Sam, stop for a second. Stop.
Sure, go ahead.
You find an animal in the ground, and its skull and its body, it has some resemblance, phenotypically resembles a whale, but not entirely. Kind of like there's some similar things there. You're saying, their question is this of the whale lineage? First, don't just say it is. That's the question. Is it of the whale lineage? That is to say, did this land animal eventually move into the water gradually and reorganize its body plan in 50 million years to become the whale that it is today? That's the hunch, right? That's what you're trying to prove. Now, how are you going to take that hunch? You're only at step 2 now. The Pakicetus is of the whale lineage. How do you take that through the scientific method and demonstrate that?
No, I think you're on step 3. You're on prediction. That's a prediction.
Yeah.
We should be able to do it. It's not just a hypothesis. Hypothesis is cheap. Prediction is costly.
How do you move away from the hypothesis that this thing you found is of the whale lineage? How do you move to the next step of the scientific method?
Well, So if we're at prediction, I can make a lot of different predictions about other fossils. I can make predictions about molecular phylogeny. I can make predictions about species that are alive today, that I can do investigations, genetic ones of, and anatomical ones, to begin to trace a path. I can make geological predictions about Pakistan and the mountains and the world back then. I can do computational modeling and mathematical modeling like they do at the University of Reading and get a huge amount of data. Then we've moved into our experiment and our test. I can do that stuff.
What's the test?
And then I get results.
Yeah, what's the test?
So you can do all of those things. You can
pick one thing that's going to get you to the conclusion at the end of the scientific method, which is your scientific theory. We'll do it again. Observation, you find a fossil. The fossil anatomy looks like a whale in some ways, but doesn't look like a whale in a lot of other ways. Your hunch is that this thing that you found is the ancient ancestor, the predecessor of the whale, and it became the whale through random mutation. This process that eventually re-schemed the body plans, and now you see the whale today, and it came from this animal. What's a single thing that you can use as a variable that you could test that kind of hunch? How are you going to test that hunch? One thing, just one.
Yeah, okay. I'll pick one, but there's tons, like I said. But I'll go with genomics. I'll go with gene sequencing. That's what we did in 2023.
Do you have access to the genes of the Pakicetus?
You don't have access to the genes of the Pakicetus.
Okay, how do you do genomics then if you can't study the Pakicetus genes?
Because if you believe that it led to whales, you look at whales now, and you look at what's ancient, you look at what's old. You can date genes.
How do you study the similarities of genes between a whale and something you don't have access to the genes of?
You do evolutionary genomics.
How do you study the genes of an object you don't have the genes to?
I would love for you to look up what they do at the Sanger for this, because this is a massive discipline. This is what the Tree of Life Project is doing.
Then you can
now.
answer the question. How can you study? Listen to my question, Sam. How can you study the genes of an object that's a fossil that you don't have the genes, the access to the genes?
Because if you believe it's related to something today,
you believe it. That's how you study it. You believe it.
Well, you can be wrong. You can prove that you're wrong.
How do you know you're wrong if you don't have access to the genes?
Because you do have access to genes of what you believe their ancestors are today.
So you believe
and you can very quickly rule out.
I got it.
But you can rule it out.
So
you can rule it out. It's falsifiable.
It's not falsifiable. You know what's falsifiable? No, it's not. How do you know?
It's 100% falsifiable.
Sam, the thing that's alive today that you're studying the genes of, how do you know studying those genes gives you any relevance or association to the genes of something you don't have access to the genes of? How would you do that?
Because genes are ancient. Some genes are more ancient than others.
How do you study a gene that you don't have access to ancient genes? You have access to present genes.
But you do have access to present genes that are ancient. Do you understand?
That's a contradiction.
No, it's not. This is literally what we do.
How can a present is a gene a physical?
This was done in COVID.
Sam, is a gene a physical object in the world?
Yeah, it is. It's
can you tell me,
nucleotides.
Sam? Can you tell me how one particular strand of nucleotides is also both present and ancient at the same time?
Because you can assess conservation through molecular clock, mutation rates, and conservation. With other organisms and other proteins. So I do this with DNA repair proteins, Jim Bob. I do this with human mut S alpha compared to E. coli mut S. And that we know that they're very, very ancient because they're highly, highly conserved.
By ancient, you mean then you're not actually studying, you're studying the assumption that these genes must necessarily have an ancient lineage, right?
Yes, that's your prediction.
Hold on, that's just one question. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That assumption is literally the thing you're trying to prove.
Or disprove. I can be wrong about it. That's the thing. You are treating this like a dogma and a claim and a story.
Sam.
But it's not. It's hard science.
Sam, I didn't use... honestly, I'm glad that you picked up on that it is a dogma and a story, because here's the thing. Here's where we got, guys. We started from observing a singular, particular animal that was preserved in the ground. We call that a fossil. We look at it. It's similar in anatomy to something else we have access to called a whale. He says, my hunch is that this thing we found is of the lineage of this other thing. His His evidence that it's of the lineage is that he studies the whale's genome and assumes that it shares a genome with a past thing he doesn't have the genetics to. That's literally just restating the claim that this thing is of the lineage of this thing. How do you know? Well, I just study the whale and assume that it's of this lineage by studying the genes of the whale and assuming into the past just something I don't have access to, which is the genes of the thing in question, the Pakicetus, okay? That's question begging, Sam.
No, because there's two other things I said which you didn't pick up. One is that this is just one method of filling in data, just one method. If you find a dead body and do forensic science, you don't just use one method of looking at it. Secondly, is we can rule a huge amount of data out. We can. Okay. We can find out a huge amount of information. What do you think the Tree of Life Project is? What do you think the Earth Biodiversity Project is?
I don't care what the project is. I want science.
This is the biggest project ever.
I don't care how big a project is. I want the science.
You're talking over 50 countries and billions of dollars.
I don't care. I don't care how much money is spent. I want it to be taken through the scientific method, and you can't do that. Maybe you can select. Maybe you can nominate someone from the. No, maybe you can nominate someone next from that big coalition that has billions of dollars to come to me and debate me again and say, oh, no, I can actually take you through the scientific method because Sam McKee cannot.
Jim Bob, there is one of us who's dogmatic, and it's not me. And there's one of us making claims, and it's not me.
What claim did I make?
You said you don't care, and that's pretty obvious to everybody. You don't care about the science.
I want you to take me through the scientific method, Sam.
I've done it plenty of times.
You didn't even get past. You didn't even get past section 2.
No, I went all the way to revision, but you're not listening to me. You're looking at things you can hammer away.
Okay, cool. Let's go to the categories then. Is it true that the Pakicetus is not identical to the whale?
Yeah.
Is it true that you believe that the Pakicetus through genetic mutation and other things produced actually the whale that we see today?
Yeah, I would put it down to random mutation plus selection pressure and environment.
Can you tell me how you would determine how many different types of animals, being that the Pakicetus is not identical to the whale? Isn't it true that in between the Pakicetus and the whale, there would necessarily be additional categories of animals that aren't identical to the Pakicetus and aren't identical to the whale?
Yeah, there may be, but I don't know the answer.
No, necessarily. It has to be the case that if the Pakicetus is different than the whale, then in between, you need additional categories of animals that are not the Pakicetus and not the whale, right?
Yes, you would.
How would you determine how many different categories of animals occurred in between the Pakicetus and the whale?
I don't know how you'd determine that.
Okay.
I don't personally. That's not my area of expertise. I'm not going to pretend to guess.
Okay, that's fine, because I think the whole thing's a guess anyway, because what I'm pointing to is a problem in classification, which is if the Pakicetus is a category that you assume is objectively itself belonging to a population at the time that's, putting their little hooves in water and going, well, I might become, I want to keep doing this. And you assume that over 53 million years, so many changes happened that produces what you see now to be the whale. You're actually affirming a category of a whale, and you're affirming a category of the Pakicetus. But the problem is, you guys don't have any categories. You don't know how many categories there are in between. Why? Because it's completely arbitrary.
No, Jim Bob, I gave you an example during my presentation of a reclassification of 4 whale species. That
are
happened in the last 3
classifications
years.
Arbitrary?
No, they're determined by genetics now because we've got gene sequencing.
Uh-oh, now you don't agree with your own system.
I presented this in the presentation. Do you remember? The Brutus whale.
The category of a whale, the way we categorize a whale, is that from objective criterion or just temporary taxonomy?
You know full well, surely, that biology is a lot more fuzzy than physics when it comes to...
Is that a yes, categories. It's arbitrary?
It's not completely arbitrary.
Is it objective?
I wouldn't call it objective myself.
So what's in between arbitrary and objective? Is this a new category you got? How convenient? How apropos a new fuzzy category that you can't say?
No. Again, this is where your philosophy of biology is really off. There's constraints. You have constraints. It's not a free for all. It's not random. I would love to invite you to come to any of our evolutionary biology conferences and see what people do. That's how
great.
It works.
The thing is it true that evolution posits that speciation happens?
Yeah, of course.
And if you say speciation happens, are you saying that's an objectively true claim?
Again, I wouldn't call it objective. I'd call it highly constrained.
Okay, if you said the highly constrained claim that speciation occurs, one thing produces variation into another, and for a long enough period of time, it produces something that's completely dissimilar to the thing it started as. Would you say under the evolutionary paradigm that species is an objective term that has an objective criterion?
I don't like saying that. I don't,
Okay.
because for me, species is fuzzy. There are people
Okay. Oh, you froze up.
who would disagree with me. I disagree with me, but I don't think it's as hard and fast because you can always find exceptions to the rule.
Right. No, I agree. I think in everything I've looked into, most of the loudest proponents of evolution are also as loud saying species itself as a category is not objective.
No, biology is a lot fuzzier than physics.
So it's true that it's arbitrary.
Because it's not arbitrary completely because we have constraints. We have things that can prune and refine our definition, but I don't think you ever arrive at something fixed because life is dynamic and life will continue to be dynamic.
I understand, but the
mutations
question,
constantly happening. Yeah.
the question
Take
is
the ISS. The ISS is a really good example of that. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
that's a engineered thing from a man. So the thing is, if species isn't objective, then if it's not arbitrary, can you give me a third category?
Good question. I would go with, I can't think of a better word than constrained. You can go with a very constrained definition. This is induction. This is where you go, I can't be certain, but I can put enough reasonable doubt. I can put inference to the best explanation that I can get enough data that I can say, but I hold it tenuously, this is here. This is what happened with the Brutus whale. For a long, long time, it was here. And then it was a case of, we can't say that anymore. Because,
Sam, you can't really say, because the thing in question is whether or not there's an actual objective thing called a Brutus whale, and I'm demonstrating there really isn't. You actually can't say that there is such a thing objectively as that whale, right?
But you are different from me. We are both humans. We share a huge amount of features. We've probably been to a lot of the same places. We've lived at the same time, had the same diet. But we are the same species, but we're not exactly the same. And it's a similar sort of thing.
Yeah.
So the Eden's whale.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
understand, Sam, but the problem is, which I would press on, maybe even a future talk or debate you want to have, it might be just a talk, I'd be willing to do that, is you're, not to go off into another category, but like, from the evolutionary view, you actually can't say we're both humans, because that's a universal category. And so the problem with evolution is it's nominalistic, which is to say, you just kind of said it yourself, which is we are two particular creatures that have particular characteristics about us that it seems similar or typically similar to us. But the category itself, human, doesn't actually exist under evolution, and here's why. The same reason you can't objectively say the whale exists or how many different variations of categories of animals exist between the Pakicetus and the whale, the same problem with humans. So you say humans a category, we're both humans. But the problem is when you go back in time, you actually have to arbitrarily define a point in time before humans, right? So the problem with evolution is that when you guys tell your story, it has to include a biological explanation that's nearly objective. Even I said it was slightly arbitrary or whatever you wanted. You'd have to actually tell me how it is you would know a thing that wasn't a human made its way finally to humanness, which would be like a nature of a category. But I'm saying that you guys don't have that under evolution. You have to say, we're humans now, we just temporarily, arbitrarily call ourselves this. We might be on our way to being something essentially completely different with enough mutations in the future. And with enough time in the past, you're going to have to get to something, no, not a primate, not an ape, because that's still similar. You have to actually get to something that's fundamentally not human-like. And you have to say, something that was fundamentally not human eventually mutated enough and became what we call human. But I'm telling you, Sam, that you can't actually justify the claim something became something else, because everything under evolution is in flux. It's always on its way changing to some other category. So what I'm saying is evolution actually doesn't have access to categories, and yet it's wholly dependent on the assumption of categories. To me, it falls apart because you can't talk about things in meaningful ways unless you assume categories that you essentially deny. It's contradictory.
This is really, really interesting. If you don't mind, I'd love if we spent some time talking about this.
Sure.
There's quite a few things in what you've said, things that are scientific and things that are philosophical, and both are very interesting to me. Where should we start? So, firstly, I disagree that humans are universals and that whales are. I think they're particulars, and much like everything else. So, while you might struggle with a universal definition of a species, whales and humans are unique things in the same way that a chair is a thing, a table is a thing. I can point to one and say what it is. I think if an alien landed on this planet and said, "What are you?" I could point to Jim Bob, I could point to Mike and say, "I'm like that, I'm like that, I'm like him."
Whoa, don't bring me into this. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
But I think there's some bigger points you made that are very, very interesting. What does it mean to be human?
Biologically speaking.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, biologically speaking, but I'd say as a Christian, I have a favorite answer to that question, which is that humans are meaning-seeking creatures. And if I say that human is a meaning-seeking creature, I'm saying that in a way that a whale really isn't.
Hold on a second.
Sorry. Then let me get back to my train of thought, but go ahead.
I was going to say, sorry to interrupt, but the thing is, like, under the evolutionary view, the thing you're trying to, like, define is that a human being has to come from a being, a creature that isn't a meaning-seeking creature, but you can't actually delineate when a human becomes a meaning-seeking creature, right? Because you have this gradient where there's no real categories. You also said you think humans are just particulars, right? So you can't actually say humans, what we call humans are just a set of particulars, and then say, I think collectively, universally, humans are meaning-seeking machines, because if you say humans are particulars, it just happens to be the case we kind of have the same shape, incidentally, but we're our own creature category. That's what a particular would mean, is that we are not in a category. We are our own category. But the problem with that, Sam, and try to grasp this, is that if you go into the body and look at a heart, you actually have to say the same thing, that there's no such thing as this universal thing called the heart that does a universal thing that hearts do. You have to say that each item in the body is itself a particular that just incidentally operates in a consistent way compared typically to other things you're calling a heart. But this is a big problem for evolution, because not only do you not have access to categories of beasts, whale, human, Pakicetus, frog, you don't have access to the categories. You don't have access to the fundamental thing you're studying in the here and now, which is direct biology. So what I like to press on is the heart itself universally a thing that does what it does, or is it just incidentally doing what it's doing until it doesn't?
Okay, so I would love to keep pressing on the philosophy as well. So maybe we can put a bookmark in there and come back to it, because I think that maybe we're both right. I think humanity is a universal term, but I think that I am a particular, like me uniquely myself. I'm a particular, like something else. So if you're dealing with an individual or an individual fossil, an individual genome, I think you can talk in terms of particulars. But anyway, let's get to the science of what you've just said, because evolution today is 90% genomics. So when you're talking about evolution, you really need to be talking about evolution. And this is where, in terms of the evidence, you're very, very mistaken, because we can point directly to what a human is as opposed to a Neanderthal, a chimp, a frog, all of those things. You can look at the gene. You could just take one piece of DNA from a scene where something has been eaten, and you can exactly determine what it is just through genomics. And you can do that in the field, even without a lab, on a handheld device. So I can look at, the Nobel Prize was given for this a few years ago. The Neanderthal genome was sequenced, and we know exactly what a Neanderthal is compared to a human. And you can measure the differences.
No.
This is factual data.
No. You already contradicted yourself. You're outside of the thing you already conceded. Genomics also would be a particular. So you can't have a universal thing called genomics, the study of an entire genome, unless you assume the entire genome of a category. But the category is the thing you deny. So you can't actually say from the evolutionary view, we're studying the human genome or the whale genome in its fullness.
Of course you can.
You can't.
Of course
Why?
You can.
No. How could you say that if you admitted that there is no objective category called human?
I can use the genome of something and call that, and that's more than good enough.
You didn't answer my question. How do you study the genome of said category if you deny the category itself?
I don't deny the category. It's a label. The category is a label.
Is human? No, this is nominalism again. Are humans in biology an objective category that you can study the genome of or not?
The human genome is an objective thing.
No, human is a category, right?
Yeah. And I could define a human in biology terms as something that has a human genome, and that's fine.
No,
that's
is the
fine.
category under evolution human objective?
I think it is with genomics now, yes.
You're in a contradiction. Yes. You said just before, Sam, the contradiction is humans aren't an objective category. It's fuzzy. But there is an objective thing called the human genome. That's you can't have the two of those.
Genomics is objective. Genomics is objective.
Genomics of what?
Anything you want to study the genome.
A category?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you study the category of something you don't believe the category of exists?
But I do believe the category exists, but exists as a useful label. You're jumping between philosophy and science. One is what we do. One is our ontology.
You're in another contradiction, though, Sam. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you can't escape the contradiction. There's another contradiction you have, Sam. You said you study ancient genes.
Yeah.
Are you studying the genes of the human, or are you studying the genes of its long, ancient ancestor that looks nothing like it?
So, sorry, it broke up a tiny bit there. The question I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, is when I'm studying an ancient gene, am I studying a gene now or something?
No. When you study the human gene, let's go to the whale because that was more relevant here, clearly relevant. When you study the genes of the whale, you said you're studying ancient genes. Are you studying whale genes universally, the universe category of whale genes, or are you studying an ancient thing that's not a whale, the genes of?
Well, genes are their own category, I would say. The gene belongs to thing. The gene belongs to a whale. But I showed in my presentation about convergent evolution that you have genes that exist in elephants and insects that are the same gene for a sex pheromone, but they didn't inherit them from each other. They inherited them convergently, if that makes sense to you.
Do you understand the problem here? If you say we can study the genes, the genome of said category whale, and I go, are you studying ancient genes, or are you studying present day genes of whales? And you said the genes basically exist in their own vacuum, completely separate of the organisms they're in.
Do you understand that a gene is both present and ancient at the same time? It belongs to the Okay, so it belongs to the animal.
Not if you're a nominalist. No, not if you're a nominalist. No. You know what nominalism is?
You can't philosophy your way out of this.
No,
this is science.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny because I hold that evolution, and I'm demonstrating such, is purely philosophy. You can't say that humans are a particular and also say genes are ancient, right? Because genes, the thing you call a gene, is a particular segment of physical matter in a body, in a physical space and time. It can't be ancient because it's not universal. It's just a particular thing in the world right now.
But it is ancient. Like the human mut S alpha gene in your body right now that I study as part of my cancer research is over 500 million years old. You have it today, but the gene is over 500 million years old.
Okay. So are you studying the gene when you study a genome of an animal? How do you know what animal you're studying if all of its predecessors that are different animals have the same genes? You're actually demonstrating that it's incoherent to say we studied the whale genome while simultaneously holding that no creature owns the genome, the genes you're studying. They're ancient. They actually belong to nobody. They actually just permeate through ever-changing globular masses of biology, and they're not actually peculiar to any particular category. This actually is beautiful for me. I've never actually noticed this before. I'm glad I have it. This absolutely destroys evolution, because the entirety of evolution rests on the notion that this thing is the ancestor of this thing because we studied each of their genes. You've just denied that each of them have genes because genes, under your view, transcends the biology or the category of the animal. It's just genes underneath everything. It actually doesn't even matter what something is. A whale, a monkey, a banana. All you're really studying is similarity in genes, but you can't actually draw out a conclusion to say this thing became this thing, because that wouldn't even matter under your view anyway. Because you just admitted whales don't have particular genes that are of the nature of a whale. You said it, not me. You said it.
This is this is interesting. You think this is a defeater? I say this with respect, but
absolutely.
There is not a philosopher of biology on the planet who would agree with what you just said.
I don't care who agrees with me. I just demonstrated that if you hold the belief that something that has genes and you study the genome of it, you just admitted you're not actually studying the genome of a whale. You're actually studying the genome of an ancient thing that's called the genome, the genes itself that go through a line of different shaped creatures. That makes the argument for similarity between creatures and categories moot. That means there's no use of saying the whale used to be the Pakicetus, because the thing you're studying, you just said, it doesn't matter what animal it's embedded in. The only thing you're studying is the continuity of this ancient code. That's all you're studying, right? And so the whale form doesn't matter. You can't use similarity and say the whale, universal category, has the same genomic similarities as this other thing before it, or anatomical similarities of the things before it. You're using that as an argument while denying there's even such a thing as a whale to begin with. Do you understand that?
I'm not denying that. I mean, there's this story that you're probably familiar with from Galileo, if you don't mind, because you've done tons of talking, and I would like to try and do a lot of talking.
Yeah, and I just want to let you guys know we got about 10 minutes left, and we'll go into closings.
Okay. Yeah, I recognize two things with this discussion. Firstly, the title Evolution on Trial means that I'm doing all the defending and Jim Bob is able to just sit back and throw stones. So I'm in a position where I'm naturally defensive. I don't mind. I'm having a great discussion. I'm enjoying it. I'd love to talk to you again sometime.
Sure.
But the other thing is I do think you're uneducated on modern evolutionary biology. That much is clear because you don't understand what genomics is.
I literally read what genomics
is. Please let me.
Come on, man. Don't attack my intellect. Make an argument, Sam. I've been fair to you. I didn't attack your intelligence or what I think you know or don't know. Try to defend evolution, please, Sam. Don't be a passive-aggressive person like this. Don't do this. Don't do this.
I apologize.
Okay, I forgive you.
Sure. There's this story in the Galileo affair, which is very, very important in history of science when it comes to Christianity and science, because Galileo is put on trial by the Catholic Church for daring to say that the Earth goes around the sun. And he's on trial and he's on his knees and he's told to recant, and he recants, but under his breath, he says, "And yet it moves." And the problem we have with the philosophical arguments you're making, I think, is an "and yet it moves" problem. Because we can say these metaphysical categories, these problems with the definition of species, these problems with the definition of a gene, is a genome an organism? And we can go round and round about that. I'm very familiar with it. I have a doctorate in philosophy of science. It's very, very interesting, and you can do it. And I think you should do it. I think you should keep doing it. But we still say under our breath, "and yet it moves." So my questions here are, There is tons more questions come up from this. How do you think a paternity test works if this doesn't work?
Can I answer that?
What do you think? Yes, but I'd also ask you a few more questions, and you can answer what you like.
Okay.
What is cloning? If this doesn't work, why is genomic medicine the frontier of medicine right now? How do you think cancer research works if this isn't true?
Okay.
If this
cool.
paradigm doesn't work, what is modern cancer research? What am I doing each week in Reading if this is a completely ridiculous fiction that doesn't work? How does any of that work? What is a blue whale genome, and what does it tell you if it doesn't tell you anything about its past, present, and
all right,
future?
I don't want to filibuster the last 10 minutes here, okay? So you brought up,
it's all yours.
You brought up paternity tests. Do you understand when you study a paternity test, when you look at an STR, is you're looking at a very specific set of markers, and you also have access to the father. So the reason that works is you're looking at a very specific segment that does a very specific thing in relation to what the father gives you. But the reason paternity tests work is because of how specific the STRs are, and how the reason that you have access to the father. You couldn't do the Maury Povich show unless you have access to the father that comes out and goes, "I'm not the father, you are the father." As opposed to what you guys argue in evolution, which is you're actually making an argument about the overall DNA similarities, which is two different categories. So every time an evolution proponent pulls this out for you in the audience who are, having your fits when you talk to Evo proponents, when they bring up paternity tests, all you have to do is look at what specifically a paternity test looks at insofar as the DNA, right? The GATA, and notice how that's a different argument and a different methodology than the one they're trying to pull out, which is to say anything that has anything similar to it genomically must come from something similar to it, which isn't saying much, because in the end, evolution posits everything comes from Luca. And then you go, what does Luca come from? And they go, Fuca. And they keep making up new things before, right, as the essential overall God biology starting point, which all things come from. It's like anything but God. So no, none of this actually works out for you, Sam. And we didn't even get into the more micro granular claim about evolution, which is my favorite, which is random mutation, under your view, has to produce highly specialized functions, vestibular systems that do things. There is nothing under the evolutionary view, especially heard tonight, that gives us this idea that random mutations, the way we understand them, actually produces an event that then follows into building very complex task-oriented systems. There's nothing in our observation that leads us to believe random mutation and all of the other three mechanisms for evolution, if you'd given enough time, it'll actually give you a reason oriented brain, or a lung that does something, or a liver that processes toxins, or anything else. There's nothing you could observe that says, oh, random mutation. This must actually produce really specialized things like blood clotting. I mean, just incidentally, it just happens to do it. That's the story of evolution. Forget the Pakicetus to the whale. The Pakicetus to the whale, guess what? It includes internal biological schemas. It includes body plans, meteorological, biological systems that work together while they're changing. They change what they are, but they work together while they exist. In 53 million years, the entire biology of a Pakicetus, including its anatomy, changes into a whale, restructuring what it does. It accidentally produces heat systems, right? Orientation, underwater orientation systems. Accidentally, he has to say. Unjustified.
Sam, your response to this, you respond however you want, but you could also go ahead and begin your closing at the end of that response. And then
Jim Bob's right. It is a real shame we didn't get to talk about the vestibular system and those sorts of things. Jim Bob, if you ever want to have a chat on your channel about those sorts of things, I'm very happy to. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get more time to get into that.
It might come up in the super chats, just to let you know.
Sure. Yeah. Well, let's go to questions. Yeah.
Well,
and Jim Bob, sorry again if you felt attacked there. That's my bad.
No. We can skip closings then if you guys want and go straight into the Q&A.
Yeah, let's take questions, shall we?
All right. Sounds good. All right. Real quick, before we hit the Q&A, we have a quick sponsor I need to mention here. that is gonna be thrown up on the screen. 1 second. Boom. We got Farm Easy Bank. They're sponsoring several of our live streams, the remote ones, not the in-person ones, which they might be, I'm not sure. But you can get basically any prescriptions that you get at a local drugstore, grocery store, whatever, at much better prices, delivered straight to your doorstep. And they have an extension range of discounted prescription drugs, including ivermectin, fenbendazole, Vildina, and weight loss products, including oral semaglutide is one that's pretty popular with them. Farm Easy Bank uses fast, secure shipping directly to your doorstep, and James can vouch for it. He's used them to get big discounts, top tier, he says. And there is a QR code on the screen there. You can get, I think it's 20% off of whatever you might want or need on there. So thank you guys, Farm Easy Bank, for sponsoring online debates. And we're going to go on to the Q&As, which first up, I'll read the $20 super chats first, just in case we get a bunch of other ones that are coming in. I want to be fair to the people who made larger contributions. And
we're going to do closing, Mike?
It seemed like Sam wanted to skip it, but I mean,
I don't mind if you want to do closing.
No, we can skip. We can skip.
Sure.
Yeah, we can
okay.
skip.
Yeah. First comment for 20 is from Rachel Wilson. Rachel, thank you. We look forward to seeing you at DebateCon. She said, Sam, with respect, you should learn what constitutes an argument. You haven't given a single argument here, just lots of bragging about how impressive the work in your field is to you. Studying basic philosophy will help. And Sam, anything directed at you after you address it or answer it however you want, Jim Bob could also make a comment and vice versa. So if there's one directed at him, you can make a quick comment on it too after he's done. So yeah, go ahead, and then we'll get to her other, I think, 2 comments that she sent.
Yes, thank you, Rachel, for the constructive criticism. That's very welcome. I will take it on board. Yeah, I don't think I've done a good job today because I've gone straight on the defensive. I have not. I think if I was making the case, if this was a debate, why evolution is true, or can a Christian believe in evolution, or any of those talks I've done recently, which you can see on my channel, I'd probably have taken a different tack, but I'm sorry that Rachel feels that way. Basic philosophy, I have a theology degree, a master's in theology, a master's in science religion, and a doctorate in history and philosophy of science. So
Rose there.
I published a lot of philosophy, IST, but I would not call myself a philosopher, despite all that. I still have a great deal to learn, but again, Rachel, thank you for the constructive criticism. I would say I'm not a philosopher, but I do love philosophy of biology, and I would encourage people to look it up and read that when it comes to evolution, because it has a lot more to say. But thank you for the question. Sorry, I'm not sure how this bit works. I'm assuming we just give like a 30-second answer, basically.
Yeah,
right?
There's going to be quite a bit coming in, so if we can keep them short. I'll if it's a good subject and it's touching on something like what y'all wanted to get back into, I'll let you guys riff on it for a little bit, and then when I feel like it's just kind of gone on a little too much, I'll just let you know we're going to go on to the next questions. Yeah,
sorry, I'll try and be concise.
Yeah, that was great. Jim Bob, you want to make a quick comment on that?
No, we can go to the next question.
All right, so Rachel sent another 10 and said, Sam, I'm told you have an extensive education, so I apologize if I was rude, but I heard you violate the law of excluded middle by saying something could not be objective and also not subjective.
Interesting. Yeah, like I said with Jim Bob, and I think we agree on this, that categories in biology are much fuzzier than they are in physics and other stuff like that, because life is very, very dynamic. So a category like a genome, that is a thing and a particular. I think probably Jim Bob is closer to being correct on this, that you could call humanity a universal category, but individual species they're individual things, they're particulars that you're studying. So when we're talking, it's all about levels of explanation. Let's say I'm trying to explain the violent behavior of gorillas. at certain times a year. I can explain them up here in terms of their overall population dynamics and their environment. I can also explain it at the level of the individual gorilla. Then I can explain it at the level of their genome and look at their genes. I can explain it at above that at levels of sociology perhaps, then move down to biology. Then I can explain it at the level of chemistry and look at maybe mutations or infections or that sort of thing and get into the biochemistry. I can explain the biochemistry in terms of the physics, and I can explain the physics at the level of the pure maths. But it would be nonsensical to explain a gorilla's violence at the level of pure maths, wouldn't it? So we have different levels of explanation. They're all viable, but they're not all useful. So I can talk about something in a big picture overall term, like what is a gorilla as a massive category. But if I'm talking about behavior or something incidental, like why it died out or why it failed to reproduce or something like that, it makes much more sense to me to talk about it here. Both are viable. We're going with what's most useful and what works. Sorry if that was a long answer.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. The problem is, you said, I think Jim Bob could agree with me that humanity is universal. Well, no, not under the evolutionary view. I wouldn't agree with you, because you have to say humanity is also an ape, right?
But evolution, sorry, go ahead.
Are humans apes?
Yeah.
They are? So you're an ape?
Yeah,
I'm
we
an
all
ape?
are. Yeah, we all are.
Was George Floyd an ape?
I'm not going to answer that. That's a leading question.
See what I'm saying? It's like, the reality is that you can't say humanity is universal from the evolutionary view. And the moment I grant you your extended category, you have reasons to deny that certain humans are apes.
No, you're trying to trap me into a position where I could say something that could be used against me. I will just say that we're all apes.
So then I don't get it. If the reason that something can be used against you is actually contrary to the truth of evolution, shouldn't you be arguing in favor of it?
No, because it's a different level of explanation. If we're just talking about biology, like evolution isn't the grand overarching religion. Ontology is a theory about the development of life. You're putting it up here. It should be here, just like biochemistry is here and sociology is here. Evolution fits in here. Okay. It doesn't belong up there.
The point is that you're saying that there's a universal thing called a human, and you're saying that a human is universally in the same category as the ape.
I prefer humanity. I prefer this because I'm a Christian.
You should say ape-manity. Did Christ take on? You're a Christian. Did Christ take on ape nature?
I think he became human, and if you want to classify...
If human is an ape, did Christ take on ape nature?
I don't believe Christ died for apes. I believe he died for...
I didn't ask that. I asked, did he take on ape nature, being that you're an ape and I'm an ape?
But the question is wrong, because you're dealing...
It's literally the entailment of your position, Sam.
No, because Christ dying for me isn't a scientific question. It's not a scientific question.
If you are an ape and Christ took on your nature... Christ took on ape nature. That's just a basic syllogism, basic follow.
Yeah, if you're asking the question in an evolutionary biology context, yes, but this is a theological question, surely. I mean, the Bible's silent on science. It doesn't have anything to say about that. When St. Paul is discussing our redemption, he's not talking about evolutionary biology.
St. Paul the ape? Was St. Paul an ape?
Yeah, we all are. Yeah.
Great. So St. Paul's an ape, and you're listening to St. Paul, the ape, about the death and resurrection of Christ that gives ape-manity the opportunity of eternal life. Got it.
Well, I don't believe that Christ died for all apes. I believe he died for humans.
Humans are apes.
We belong, but we're not just apes. We're not just apes.
We're partially not apes.
We would fit in the ape family, but we are human species. You're talking about family. I'm talking about species. You understand that, right?
So God created apes first?
Yeah.
They're not made in God's image?
No. I believe that's a spiritual category to be made in the image
So
of
when
God.
in the evolutionary process did apes take on the image bearer status under the evolutionary view? Because you're going to have to reconcile it with the evolutionary process.
Yeah, but I mean, the evolutionary process is a lot older. I believe there's a time, and it's a good and perfect time. like it says in Ecclesiastes, there's a time for every season. There's a time when human culture and life was developed enough where God conferred his image and began a relationship with us. And that's really the story of our spiritual history.
I thought God made us in his image from creation. I didn't know he made us not in his image, and we had to actually develop through death and sex, which is pretty much counter to pre-fall, that he created us post-fall, and that we had to actually morph into the beings today, such that we could, the priest could hold a host, and we can participate in the Eucharist and chant and pray and manage the world and use matter and manipulate matter to his will. I didn't know that we had to actually graduate to that position from ape.
This is a good discussion.
Sam, one quick response, and then we got to move on.
Oh, okay. It's a great discussion, though. I'm glad we're talking about this.
All right. Justin Henley for 10. Thank you, Justin. He says, Sam, every child is at least some fraction an evolutionary step away from parents, therefore not 100% the same species, right? Second, is a one-armed child a mistake if its DNA made it that way?
Quick answer, no and no.
All right. JB, you want to say anything?
Any questions for Jim Bob, or does the chat just hate me?
No, the chat hates me, actually, Sam. His chat hates me. Actually, yeah, consistent with that. I pointed this out early on, is that from the evolutionary view, things like our brains that coincidentally allow us to reason through things, or the heart that does a specific task in the body. This question he just asked is about deformity, but under the evolutionary view, everything's basically a type of deformity towards some other function or nature of what it does. And so my question is there from the evolutionary view, is there a proper way and an improper way the brain works, or is it just incidental? It just operates the way it does, and it just happens to be an advantageous way. Is there a proper and improper way the brain works?
I think we'd have to be prepared to spend a lot of time on this, because this is quite similar to the vestibular system thing you were saying. Mm-hmm. It would start with the question, what is brain?
Yeah, and how? Yeah, that's a good. Now we don't have to get into it, but it's. I'd like you to at least invite you to take this home with you to ponder. When we ask what is the brain from a biological paradigm, then we couldn't talk about what the brain is independent of what the brain does. That the function of the brain and the nature of the brain, what it is versus what it does, they would be joined. They wouldn't be identical, but they would be inseparable. But the problem with evolution is that the brain as it is today, and the way you talk about what the brain is based on what it does, didn't always do that back in the day. It did maybe something similar, actually completely dissimilar at one point. And that's why I asked the question. And I asked Professor Dave this on a call once, and I asked, is there a proper, basically, way the brain works? And he said, no, basically it's incidental. But then if that's the case, if it's incidental how the brain works, then you don't have access. You couldn't possibly objectively say there's a proper way to think or improper way to think, because thinking from the biological view would just be the brain, a particular, doing something that might be typical of brains, but not proper, not actually correct. It would just be what it does at the time. In fact, you could evolve a brain that actually the incidental function was thinking improperly, and you wouldn't know, because it would be typical to have the brain not work properly. So it's a big philosophical problem when you tie it to this ever-changing process of what a brain is, what it was, what it is, and what it could be in the future. It might not maintain what it is, right?
Yeah, this is really interesting. Sorry, I know I would ramble for 20 minutes.
It's a big topic. It's a big topic.
Yes. Well, we can have a chat about it on your channel sometime if you're ever interested. I did some work with slime mold and with jellyfish, and I find their brains, for lack of a better word, really, really interesting, because they are super ancient and they're very, very different from us. But we should take questions, because otherwise I'd ramble for 20 minutes.
All right, we'll get to the next one here. R10T907 sent 10. Thank you. He says, "Hi Sam, thanks for inviting JB to the Evo conventions, but unfortunately he has been anathemized from Pope Darwin IV due to questioning the dogma, also the restraining orders."
I'm not
mostly
seeing this
the
news.
restraining orders. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Breaking news. Okay, we got a couple more 10s, and I'll move on to the 5s. Richie Torres MMA for 10 says, question for Sam, how does evolution account for identity if there's always change?
Interesting. How does evolution account for it? I just think identity, that's a very human category. Like you get these mirror tests where you and you've probably heard of this because it's quite famous. Can certain animals pass the mirror test? As in, can they look in a mirror and understand that what they're looking at is themselves? And there's very, very little of that. Identity is something that I think is part of what it is to be human. And I would put it as a Christian, I would put it much more in a spiritual category. Like the question, who are we, is just something that we uniquely ask. We are meaning-seeking creatures. That's not a scientific definition, but is absolutely my favorite definition about what it means to be human. I don't think evolution speaks much into our identity. Evolution describes, but there are a lot of things it doesn't explain, and we mustn't get the two entangled. Those belong to theology, I think.
Did you say, Sam, that identity is a very human category?
Yeah, when we're asking a question like "Who am I?" Maybe I've misunderstood the question, but that's how I understood it.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me what category wouldn't be human category?
Well, my favorite example would be the Neanderthals, but that's where it gets really, really fuzzy because Neanderthals.
No. Sorry. We're talking about the ontology of a category itself, not Neanderthals as a category. I'm saying, if identity is just merely a human category, can you tell me another category, any category that's not human?
I can't think of a single other species that does things like philosophy, that asks these questions. Now, people who are much more hardcore materialists than me, people who are really wrap their atheism into this, they point to chimp behavior, they point to whale behavior, basically advanced mammals with a similar size of brain ratio who live in very social groups. I think that's a stretch. I think that's crosses the line of anthropomorphizing animals, and we shouldn't do that. So I wouldn't take that route myself.
He's an Anglican, so he does draw.
Right.
He's drawn
Jim Bob, you're muted. I think you're talking about.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Just to wrap that one up. I just wanted, from a theological view, I don't think meaning-seeking machine is quite does the trick. Is there any reason you don't say humanity is at its core creatures made in God's image? Why do you say seeking? I just wanted to know why you say meaning-seeking biological creatures if you could just say creatures made in God's image.
Yes, as a Christian, I would take that, and I think that separates us in spiritual categories. But I quite like it because it's made by atheists. So Michael Roos, the late great Michael Roos, my favorite philosopher of biology who passed away last year, he was an atheist, but he was very critical of people like Richard Dawkins and others, and it got him in some unpopular camps. But he said, you can't have meaning with a capital M without God, which was a very big thing for an atheist to say. So in terms of academic descriptions of what it means to be human, that's my favorite because it's one that people who don't believe in God are willing to say. It's a ground they're willing to concede about us. And there is a difference between meaning and meaning with a capital M. And I think you need God for that. And Roos would agree with me. That's why I like it.
Jim Bob, we got a question for you.
Okay.
Finally, to Sam's point earlier. This is from Reed Manello. He sends 20. Thank you very much, Reed. He says, why a specific black man as your example instead of yourself? If the point were taxonomy, quote, am I an ape, end quote, same answer with none of the fright. What was your actual goal with that question? Felt malicious and disingenuous.
One, I don't care about your feelings. Two, I actually started with, do you believe humans are apes? Then my second question was, Sam, are you an ape? My third question was, am I an ape? So I did include all of us. And I just happened to include rhetorically George Floyd because it's such a charged position to say humans are apes. And I wanted to demonstrate, because of the social pressure, the evolution proponent has to say all of us are apes and we all act like apes. And any violence or anything else we do, whether it was George Floyd or the cop that kneeled on his neck, they were just doing ape stuff. So I don't understand. Your feelings should be irrelevant to the topic. If we're apes, everyone's an ape. You guys are demonstrating your social dogma, your social rules and blasphemy code to squeal out of the consequence of holding a position that everyone's an ape. And I specifically chose that one because it's so charged. I know that you guys will move away from your evolutionary position and you'll become inconsistent, which is why people don't answer the question, and I do it every single debate.
I don't want to stick on this topic because I don't want Jim Bob or me to get in trouble with the internet. But I would just say that there's a jump there that is wrong, because evolution isn't a social science. It isn't a philosophy. It isn't a theology. It is purely a study of the development of life. What people do with it or what philosophy they impose on it is up to them.
That's a contradiction, Sam. You can't study anything without philosophy. The act of study, Sam, is philosophy.
Science isn't philosophy, though. They're different.
The philosophy of science is required to do science. The activity of science is meaningless unless it's interpreted by a philosophical lens. If I just move things around in an experiment and just throw things around, it's meaningless unless I have a philosophical lens of interpreting it. So you can't separate the sciences from philosophy, and you can't say we study stuff without a philosophical starting point. Now, this is not even controversial. Before you do any scientific study in school, I don't know if they took it out, Sam. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. You're supposed to take philosophy of science before you go into the sciences. The reason is things like categories and metaphysics and induction rely on the assumptions of regularity, rely on the assumptions of language, meaning, mathematics. There's so many things that are assumed. Ironically, evolution denies the categories that are necessary to do science itself. That's a whole other topic I could debate. Sorry.
All right, we do have to move on here. The Reexamination Show sends 10. Thank you. He says, Dr. Sam, since you already believe that humans ought to live by truth and reject untruth, when did objective moral agency arise, such as to have moral laws that can be rebelled against yet still exist?
Yeah, I ascribe objective moral values and laws to God. I don't base them in anything scientific.
Okay. And then Cha XDD for 10 says, how do I determine objectively that I am or am not a human without violating the law of excluded middle? Could I be a human 2.0 and not even know it?
I'm assuming that question's for me.
Yeah.
Well, I think there are a lot of different ways of finding out what you are as a species. My favorite is genomics, but I'm biased because that's what I do. Again, humans are different because, and again, I put this down to my theological views. The entire answer of what a human is not surmised by science, and anyone doing that is committing a mistake, in my opinion. When I give my wife a kiss, I can describe it in terms of purely science. I can talk about it being the movement of water molecules from one human being to another by the medium of the lips and tongue, maybe. It's not very romantic. But that's a very poor description of what I'm doing.
You paused for a second.
Likewise, John, sorry, when I'm making a cup of tea, I can describe why the kettle is boring in terms of laws of kinetics, or I can describe it in terms of I'm thirsty. They're both right. So honing in on just one approach and saying it doesn't do everything is a mistake, especially when it comes to people.
Jim Bob, you want to do a quick response?
Was that about the ambiguity between categories of human and non-human?
Human 2.0.
That's fundamentally one of my attacks against evolution, is that it's completely arbitrary when the evolution proponent defines when humanity itself as universal exists, the same way the space between a Pakicetus and a whale. Notice how there's no way to actually claim whether or not there are infinite categories of animals between a Pakicetus and a whale, or just 4. Is it quarterly change where you declare the quarter's over, we're just going to declare this a new animal at this point, new category. And why that's so important is that the argument that a Pakicetus became a whale starts with the assumption that there's such a thing universally as a whale and a Pakicetus. Now, if the Pakicetus turned into a whale, it follows that there would be things that aren't the Pakicetus or the whale in between. But we all know, there's infinite spaces. There's infinite spaces between 2 points in physics, and if evolution is reduced to just the biology and the physics, they can't answer this question. They can't tell me when humanity started. They can't tell you when the whale became a whale from the previous version. They can't tell how many different versions are in between anything. It's all arbitrary, completely.
Am I allowed to come back on that, or do we need?
Sure.
I
Yeah,
already
I'm
answered.
okay with that.
Just briefly,
Okay.
if you could, we got a 20 to read here.
Sure. Okay. Well, in 20 seconds, speciation is done in very, very different ways. Take different populations of dolphin. They can interbreed. So the spotted dolphins of the Caribbean can interbreed with the North American bottlenose dolphin. However, they are classified differently in terms of culture and anatomy and behavior. There's no sense talking about them being the same species, even though they can interbreed. It just doesn't make any sense. So yes, I think we get confused in this conversation between ontology and between what works and what is useful. And a lot of science is about what works and what is useful. Does it work? Does it do a job? Does it help me answer questions? And speciation can be a lot like that when you're dealing with like the dolphins, for example. Well, and I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you for the response. We got Brooklyn A 785 for 20 says, Sam, different plastic objects share molecular similarity. That doesn't mean they evolved from one another. What does genetic similarity mean evolved ancestry? Or why does genetic similarity mean evolved ancestry rather than pointing to God using similar created biochem across forms?
Sorry, I got hung up on the different plastic cutlery there. Well, obviously, plastic cutlery
You guys
is not
go
alive.
vote the crap out of
It's nonsensical
real quick.
to talk about evolution.
All
there.
1,000 of you.
You could talk about design, but then you can't apply that to the living world. Yeah, C.S. Lewis said,
let's show 'em
do
democracy.
nonsense questions exist? Yeah, and they have nonsense answers, and that's a nonsense question.
Want to say something, Jimbo?
Yeah, I don't think that's a nonsense question
You're muted.
because. Oh, sorry. I don't think that's a nonsense question because if the argument for similarity in genes is the position or basically the epistemic standard by which you say one thing came into existence and then turned into this other thing, and we look at the similarity in structure itself. The only thing I'd say about the question is that plastics are in a different category as biology. So I think he was being a bit hyperbolic, but the question still stands why you would assume similarity in genetic code. You would assume that they come from the same thing as opposed to merely that they share function, that the similarity in their anatomy and the similarity in their skull shape just show similarity in the function of the biology. And this would apply to DNA and RNA because that's also biology.
Yeah, but genes are dynamic. They get expressed, they get switched on and off, they get mutated, they lengthen, they shorten. Then after they've been expressed and translated, you have post-translation modifications. That doesn't happen in plastic cutlery. That doesn't happen.
No, I
in
understand that was a
forms.
category error, but the thing is, if what things do, you just actually made my point, is that dynamic is what something does. That's a function, right?
Yeah, life is dynamic. When you're studying life, you're studying something very different.
Yeah, I'm saying that just pointing to what something does, even if it's dynamic or simple, just pointing out similarities in anatomy or genes function doesn't get you to they come from a similar thing. It just gets you to they do similar things.
I think it gives you a lot more information than you're giving it credit for, but I accept that we disagree on that, and I won't fight that anymore for the sake of other questions.
Yeah, we do have quite a bit to get through. There's 740 people in the chat. I think peak was like 850 earlier in our chat. So appreciate all y'all sticking through up until the end here. If you could like the video, I think we only got about 3/8 of the likes as people in here. So the next one is from Total Gravity for $10. Says, can I lose my salvation by evolving?
No, I mean, in John chapter 10, Jesus said, my sheep hear my voice and I know them and I give them eternal life and no one can snatch them out of my hand. Me and my Father and I are one and no one can snatch them out of my Father's hand. I think if you've committed your heart to Christ, you belong to him. And science got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, can I, if evolution is true, is it still true today?
Yeah.
Okay, so is it true that humans, as we know them, if the biological mechanisms are still in play, that in a certain amount of years we can evolve away from our current form?
Well, it's very, very. You've opened a can of worms there because we have technology now. We have directed evolution. There's very little selection pressure on people. We've got technology, we've got AI, we've got gene editing, we've got directed evolution, synthetic biology.
Sam,
If we're, yeah,
Sam, I'm
you're asking
asking,
me to make a prediction about the
is it
future.
logically possible if evolution continued and we didn't have technology, is it logically possible for us to morph into something that's not currently our state?
Yeah, I would say we could.
Okay. If we could evolve in whatever amount of years into a different nature that we are now, isn't it true that we can evolve into a beastly nature that goes back to eating each other alive and just pure carnage like a lion? Isn't that logically possible?
It's a complex question because I think we're like that now. I think we're brutal now.
No,
we're
we have
beastly now.
no.
We're
The
horrendous.
question,
It's just our weapons have changed.
dude. No, the question is a theological question because
Yeah.
if what we are now is beasts, but we're made in God's image, you're saying that we've obtained image bearer status and culpability, moral culpability. If evolution is true from your view, we can actually evolve away from moral culpability, right?
Ooh, that's a stretch. I wouldn't say that. Like we killed more people in the 20th century than in
No,
the first
dude, you're not
century.
getting it. I'm not talking about what we're capable of. I'm talking about whether or not we're culpable of it.
But you said beastly.
An
beastly.
ape,
That's
an
right.
ape kills another ape today, right? They're not put in jail, right?
No.
If we evolve from now in a million years to a beastly nature, like back to an ape or something hunched over and drooling and just like totally based on our instincts and we're just killing each other. I'm asking you, can we lose our moral culpability if we morph into a beast?
That question is completely hypothetical. I can tell you what my opinion is, though. If you believe, as I do as a Christian, that the purpose of God's creation was relationship with us, then I don't think, because of my trust in God, that would ever happen.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's not a scientific question.
No, it is. It actually is. Whether
You
or not
said it was a theological question.
Yeah, whether or not you think it would happen is like if you believe a beast can evolve into man and adopt a status of image bearer status and suddenly obtain moral culpability as a status.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that a monkey or a gorilla could evolve into image bearing status, because
that's the end of evolution then.
No, because that status was given to us by God.
When in the evolutionary process did God give us status?
When God first revealed himself to humans.
When was that?
In the Old Testament.
Was that post-fall or pre-fall?
Well, it's about the same time, isn't it?
No. Yeah. Post-fall and pre-fall are not the same time definitionally. So did
it
God...
happened with the first people.
No, hold on.
Sure.
If God revealed himself post-fall to Moses, that's post-fall, right?
Yeah. So, okay. but I'm talking about the people who
that's
fell.
That's not Christianity, dude. That's not. You're not.
No,
that's not Christianity.
The people who fell were the first people to have a relationship with God, not Moses.
You said Revelation, okay? So post-fall.
No, not the Book of Revelation.
I didn't say the book.
Revelation at all.
I'm not saying the book. The revelation to post-fall man had to happen, right?
So God comes and reveals himself to people, and then Jesus dies for us much later on.
Okay. So so in your theology, which is broken at this point, you have a view that God created man, Adam, and through sin, death came into the world. Now, evolution can't be talked about unless there's death, right? So you have a chronological problem because you need to have God introduce the image bearer status in the same post-fall time frame as evolution.
Okay, so we've jumped from talking about image bearing to talking about the fall. There are two different questions I was answering, but I'm happy to talk about the fall if you want to. But I know we could get into a 30-minute discussion about.
Well, I'm just asking if your view is post-fall, there's humanity. Post-fall, so there's death, right? Because if you say God used evolution to evolve man from some lowered state to a higher state to a beast to an ape, and finally human in our current form, I'm asking you, where in the evolutionary process, which is post-fall, did God give us image bearer status if our ancestors were apes? Or previous apes, I should say.
Yeah, we keep saying there's a lot in what you've said. You've asked me 3 different questions, and I want to try and answer them all because they're all important. We keep talking about apes, first of all, this negative way. I think all of creation is good. I don't have this negative view of apes and creation that you have. I don't think being an ape is some terrible, awful thing.
When did I say that, Sam? Don't, please. When did I say an ape is awful?
Every time you're saying just an ape.
Yeah, lower, just meaning lower in their status, their moral status than humans. We agree, right? An ape is in a lower moral status than a human.
Yeah, but I don't believe apes have morals like we have morals.
Great,
so
but if we came,
there's not gradations.
Sam, but if we came from a beast, there has to be a beastly version of us that precedes us, our Pachycetus. That's not culpable of what it does. From your view, you have to tell me that the human suddenly came into its current state through biological processes, and God then gave that version of humanity image bearer status, which is post-fall.
But I don't believe that morals evolved. I believe they're given. I believe they belong to us as spiritual beings. I don't think animals have morals.
I know, but you believe humans were once animals, and in the evolutionary process, we finally achieved, this is very Mormon adjacent, we finally achieved...
No. I don't believe that. I believe that was given by God. I don't believe we achieved anything.
No.
I think that was given to us.
You're not understanding the question here. Yeah. We evolved, from your view, from something not human.
Yeah.
There has to be a time, biologically speaking, where human becomes human as opposed to the thing it used to be, which wasn't human, right?
Yeah.
Is that a post-fall phenomenon?
I don't know.
Is evolution, including death and sex and reproduction and needing to eat and all this stuff, is that a post-fall phenomenon?
The fall is completely to do with moral spirituality in our relationship.
Okay, we're going to move on because you're not answering my question. Is evolution, in the way you understand it, with death, with reproduction, with sex, random mutation, natural selection, death, right?
What has any of that got to do with morals?
Is that post-fall or not?
Is that post? Those are moral categories. They're spiritual categories. I think they come in when God comes in to our relationship with Him. It's got nothing to do with biology.
Yeah, maybe we can circle back on that one at some point before we get off here. But I'm gonna go on. Red Manello sent another 10 and said, Sam, where would you point people who want to further explore the topic and history of theistic evolution, or more broadly, the relationship between science and religion? I guess this is kind of connected.
I think the best place on the planet is the Faraday Institute for Science and Religion at Cambridge University. Wonderful people, amazing people. I love working with them. Everything they do, I would recommend. Christians in Science in the UK is a fantastic organization. I'm on their board. I have a tremendous amount of love and respect for them. We've got people who are faithful, people that love God, who are very well theologically trained, but are also world leaders in science at places like Oxford and Cambridge. In the US, you don't have it anywhere near as good as we do. But I would point people to BioLogos. I'm familiar with their work, but you might as well look at the Faraday Institute for Science and Religion at Cambridge. Great place, great people.
Okay. Long Haul or Haul Long Nate, almost got that backwards. Since 10, he says, W. Jim Bob, Dr. Sam, and the moderator Mike. Are you guys here? Make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe. I at least imagine that's what he said. He said in the comments he did talk to text, so I'm just kind of filling in what I wanted him to say.
Thumbs up.
We do the science that proves it, but
all
it's
right.
too complex to explain every.
We got some fives to get to
biologist
now, so we'll go a little faster
Jim
through
Bob.
these if we could, guys, just so we get all of them. This is Jim Bob's favorite here. 1313 Maryland for 5 says, creation and evolution are psyops. We are God. We are always were and always will be. Not from clay or star farts.
That woman needs divine liturgy ASAP.
Friend of yours?
Well, she follows. She kind of follows all of the sort of like politics and theology chats, and she's claiming she's God. And I'm like, well,
what's the psyop thing about? I didn't understand that at all.
Well, it's like
everything is to her, I
conspiracy
think.
sort of theory thing where, you know, everything that doesn't lead you to the belief that you are eternally uncreated and God is a psyop, which would include her saying that, which is a problem. right?
If I
Okay.
recall from other debate chats, she also thinks we're all kings and queens and everything should be free.
Free. Okay.
Yeah, did I get that right, Marilyn?
Hey, Marilyn, go try to build yourself a back deck and tell me how free it should be.
All right, we'll go on here. Rachel, she's been a member for 7 months to the final word, so she can get another comment read here. It says, if evolution isn't true, then how do you explain me and my scientist buddies giving each other awards for things we already agree on? Yeah. Checkmate, Jim Bob.
I know. It's over.
Better luck next time.
It's important to understand that evolutionary biology was never held to the same, wasn't seen as amazing as physics and chemistry for a long, long time. There are a lot of very deserving people that never got the prizes they deserve, like Theodosius Dobzhansky in particular, I would say. They never got the prizes. So the idea that these are just scientists giving themselves prizes is missing the context, that it took until 2022 for people to say, yeah, okay, this science is now really hot, really useful. It's giving us a tremendous amount of data, which is transforming our medical lives. And then Svante Parbo getting it in 2022 was when that threshold was crossed. But then you also get Alford in 2024, Simon Conway Morris in 2026, Francis Collins got it in 2021. And I haven't even mentioned other prizes like the Breakthrough Prize. I mean, this is the hottest time ever for evolutionary biology, and it's being reflected in the change of attitude in the prizes. But it didn't happen before for a long time.
But I got my chat gave me over 1,000 people gave me the anti-evolution prize too. So, I mean, I'm right there. I actually wanted to follow up real quick, Sam. You said in your opener or during, you pulled up a screen and you said evolution as a scientific theory is now getting to the point where it's considered law. Do you hold a position that a scientific theory can graduate into law?
No, it's not about it graduating. It was about it being a mistake classifying it that way in the first place. So you're right. Theories don't graduate to laws, but you can have something that when you understand how it works, you go, wait a minute, this is different. And I think convergence is the reason.
Okay, so if we're wrong to classify evolution as a scientific theory, and a scientific theory is something that should make its way through the scientific method, do you agree that evolution is not a scientific theory and it wouldn't make its way through the scientific method?
It 100% passes the scientific method.
Well, then it would be a scientific theory, though. There's a contradiction. You can't say something's a law and makes its way through the scientific method, because the scientific method is what produces it as a theory. If you're saying evolution, hold on, if evolution is not a scientific theory, then it's a law, then it would necessarily definitionally not make its way through the scientific method.
I don't know where you're going with this, because we do this with physics all the time. Like gravity is a law of gravity, the way it behaves, quantum physics, all of those things, and yet we use them all the time to prove things and not prove things. It works in the same way.
I would disagree with that. What's lawful about gravity is the effects that we observe, things falling. That's lawful. What's not true about gravity is you have access to an independent variable that can cause the phenomenon of falling. You can't introduce it and remove it. So I agree. Something like gravity as an effect, a phenomenon, I would say stop pretending it's a scientific theory. It's just an observation in law. Like I would just call it, it's lawful how some things behave like this. But with evolution, it's not the same category, because I could watch something fall in 6 seconds. Or in 20 seconds and repeat it. I can't watch ever one organism as a category through random mutation turn into a different category of an organism, ever.
Real quick, guys, not sure.
Okay.
Sorry to cut you off, but I do want to go backwards a little bit here. This didn't show up in my fan funding super chat section, but American Nacho sent 10, and I wanted to kind of derail this real quick to go back to this one. It's just, as he says, it's more of a statement, but both can comment. Sam seems to believe it's impossible for the genome to exist unless we all agree that we evolved from fish. Microevolution does not need macro to be true. Hey, sorry, Nacho, it did not show up.
Yeah, thanks, Nacho.
Hopefully you're coming to DebateCon.
Yeah, do you make a distinction between what you call micro and macro, or do you think if you observe something of the part of biology at the micro level, like how bacteria act or develop defense, do you think that it's a reasonable follow that if you observe something changing at the micro level, that it follows that the category at the macro level should change its very identity of what it is over time.
Yeah, I disagreed with the questioner's question and premise. And when it comes to micro and macro, I will just say I have met one scientist ever who used the terms micro and macro evolution. They're terms used in apologetics. They're not really used in the sciences at all. And that's because they're the exact same mechanisms.
They are.
The exact same mechanisms.
Oh, okay.
So evolution doesn't work in terms of years. It works in terms of generations. So bacteria have a very short, you can get lots and lots of generations in a very, very short period of time. Obviously, we produce very few generations in a long period of time. So when sorry, I'm taking too long. Yeah, questions.
I'm sorry. I really apologize. I just wanted to know, no matter how many generations of bacteria, do you still refer to them as the category of bacteria?
Yeah, that's not a species term. That's like
okay.
A deep
So why would we look at what bacteria does over generations and assume, based on induction, we watch all of these things, and there it is: fungus stays fungus, bacteria stays fungus, or bacteria stays bacteria, and so forth. Why would you jump to if bacteria does different things over time and generations, but maintains its identity and classification of bacteria? Why would you assume that a Pakicetus over much less time, by the way, in the grand scheme of things, would turn into a whale? Why would you come to that conclusion?
Well, because 3 million generations is a lot of generations. You don't think it's a lot of time, but that is a lot of generations.
Yeah, but what inductive observation leads you to believe that more time, a thing such as a bacteria, how wouldn't you hold that bacteria has existed as long or much longer than the Pakicetus?
Yeah, and we see new we see new strains of bacteria evolve.
Is it bacteria?
You're saying it's still the same domain, but it changes
hold on a second.
species.
Hold on a second. If bacteria has existed much longer than any other animal that you're saying is changing, including the Pakicetus into the whale, Pakicetus to the whale, 53 million years. Bacteria has much more time to change its identity and classification of what it is, and yet all of time that you know of, bacteria maintains what it is, which is bacteria. And yet you're using bacteria, which has never changed even over more times, time scale. And you're going, look, this thing didn't change over the most time that we know of. Here's this little thing, a Pakicetus. It must have changed into a whale over a short period of time. Why would you come to that conclusion? That's irrational.
No, you do see it. I disagree. You do see it. You do see new. I mean, we're not comparing apples and oranges. Bacteria are extremely different from like a whale. Very, very different.
Does bacteria ever change into non-bacteria?
Yeah, you see new strains of bacteria evolve.
Does it ever change into not bacteria?
Does a bacteria ever change into a horse? That kind of question is a
no,
ridiculous
anything
question.
Not bacteria. Does bacteria, over time, given all the changes you observe inside the category of bacteria, does it ever become not bacteria?
If you're asking if we, in a lab or in human history, have ever seen a prokaryote change, then no.
Okay, so if you're going to go to the micro level and draw conclusions about the larger level, that's why we have the categories of micro and macro. We're looking at what's true of the part, in this case bacteria being a part of the body. If bacteria changes but doesn't change what it is, you're saying what's true of the part must be true of the whole. Even if you made that fallacy, that's a fallacy, by the way. Even if you committed that fallacy, your conclusion would be that there's no reason to believe that something called the Pakicetus, that's its own category of an animal, turns into a whale in 53 million years if the bacteria that existed way longer, according to you, than any of these animals, they don't change what they are. They're still bacteria.
Oh, last response, Sam, and then we got to move on.
Okay. Right, yeah, a Pakicetus changing into a whale is not a big jump, anywhere near as big a jump as a bacteria changing to a non-bacteria. That's a start. But micro and macro evolution, they're the exact same processes. They're the same gain of function, loss of function, translation, co-opting of new protein domains, gene duplication, chromosome rearrangement. They're the processes that bring about all the speciation that we've seen. And we have seen speciation. We've even seen endosymbiosis. But I'll stop there or I'll stop rambling.
Okay. Appreciate it. Metal Staphos for 10 says, please consider this super chat as an anti-evolutionism award for Jim Bob.
Thank you.
You got your prize.
I earned it.
Okay, so let's hit these fives real quick so we can start wrapping this up. Appreciate both of your gentlemen's time. Alchemist in 5, he says, I'd like the evolutionists to explain farts and how they evolved. Why do we all fart? Yes, even you. Me?
Every species needs to get rid of gas. We have different ways of doing it. Farts are very efficient, but they're very unpleasant. Next question.
All right.
Thank you for your question.
Kevin Blackwell Welderson's 5. Thank you, Kevin. He said, for Sam, chimpanzee are now known to only share 85.1% of their genome with humans. How do you explain such a large divergence from the previous 98.8%?
That person who said that has been reading some intelligent design literature. It is 100% untrue. I invite the person to read the original article.
Okay.
Nothing has changed.
We got Dewusa for 5 says, question for Sam. What is the relationship between universal human nature and the individual human person if people evolved from something non-human?
What is the difference?
The relationship.
Well, culture makes...
The relationship between universal human nature.
Yeah. So those universals, I put them down to God.
Do you believe in invasive species?
What, sort of like parasites or a species like
Any
yeah,
species that terrestrially takes over the space that another species inhabits?
Takes over.
Yeah.
Well, I live in England. I mean, we're an island,
so you know
I
all
don't
about it. Yeah, you know all about it. So
Yeah,
the reason I asked the question is if the phenomenon of invasive species exists in nature, and there's a variety of humans, a variation of human species, it seems reasonable that if nature defends itself against invasive species, on what basis would it be wrong or anything for humans to fight against even the similar species as them and declare them invasive? Like, why? I don't understand where you would get this moral issue from a purely evolutionary view. I know you're a proclaimed Christian, but the thing is, if someone else took just a purely evolutionary view, I'm not sure you could come up with a problem with an organized group of human beings who, under the evolutionary view, are just another species. They're kind of like apes, but a little more advanced. If they experience an invasion of other species that share their biological status, there couldn't be anything wrong with pushing against the invasion of those biological organisms, right?
So there's a lot about the question there that I disagree with. We're trying to compare the invasion of maybe bullfrogs into Australia with humans invading another country and putting that in evolution, which is a completely different descriptive framework.
Not from an evolutionary view. Nope.
But there is no such thing as an evolutionary view that's
of course.
moral
No. I
or
mean the
philosophical.
entailments. When I say evolutionary view, Sam, I'm saying evolution. If evolution was true, it would purely be just matter in motion and biology doing what biology does. It would almost be deterministic. I might even venture to say that biology is just unfolding what it does, and humans are biology, and they're unfolding their behaviors. Now, without a Christian lens, I would say, if it's purely naturalistic, which I'm not asking you, because your view is that, no, you do hold to a Christian lens that there is some moral stuff going on here. I'm saying no. I'm a fellow person who believes in evolution, who doesn't have your framework. They really couldn't make the distinction between an invasive category of frogs and an invasive category of humans. They really couldn't actually make the case, could they?
Well, yeah. So you've rightly said there that you're describing naturalism, not evolution.
Yeah.
And I think there's masses of difference. You just think about the legal argument between bullfrogs invading Australia and humans invading another country. All I'll say on this is, obviously, I've got tons of friends who are atheists. They're very, very good people. They work in the life sciences. They don't think about. They don't go around saying, oh, obviously it's perfectly acceptable for us to invade them. They have their own moral frameworks. I don't agree that they're correct. They have their own ethical frameworks. I don't believe they're correct because I think the Christian account of the world is true and is the most reasonable. The thing I have to do is I believe that Christianity is true beyond reasonable doubt.
I understand. Sam, I'm sorry. I was just asking from a atheistic, purely naturalistic view, there would be no categorical difference, really, biologically speaking, between frogs invading a place and humans invading a place. It would just be more biology, right?
I don't think atheism or naturalism are true. I think that's a perfectly good reason why they're not true. We live in a moral universe. If you can't account for that with your worldview is not true.
Well, I'm just saying, from their view, we don't agree with the atheist view that their view is true. I'm not asking you if you agree with it. I'm saying the entailment of it, the consequences, they really couldn't actually make a distinction between any animal, even including weeds like artichokes are invasive. Fundamentally, from a purely naturalistic lens, there's no difference between artichokes taking over land and humans taking over land. From their view, not your view, not my view, their view, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue for their view. If someone, yeah,
I know.
If someone, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of someone who would argue for that.
It's just the entailment. Yeah. That's all. Could they come up with any other new category for humans outside of just humans or extension of biology? So biology takes over nature. Humans are biology. That's just what humans do, just because that's what biology does. So there's really nothing wrong with it taking over. Like this idea of like, oh, we have to treat each other as humans. They don't have a position to say we should treat humans any different than any other animals, and we shouldn't expect any other behavior from humans from an atheistic, naturalistic view. We shouldn't expect any other behavior. That behavior's everywhere with animals. They do all the things that we do, right? Except for some philosophy. So that's all I'm asking you.
We do have to move on, but I think this is a good debate topic prompt for another time for sure. Okay. It is crossing a couple boundaries there of the three subjects we typically stick in. So I think that's a good overlap. Not crossing it in a bad way. I mean, like, it's overlapping, and that's actually good prompt. So we got just a few left here. Dog's Domain says, evolution makes the incarnation even more profound because all life and even non-life would be interrelated. So yes, Christ did die for all creation.
No, that doesn't follow. Christ took on a nature that needs to be universal, and it's particular to humans. It's peculiar. That's why humans are peculiar. So no, it doesn't follow that if Christ took on the nature of all creation, that means all of creation holds the image bearer status of God, which is we should have bear jail and crab therapy. Dumb.
Quick response, Sam?
Sure, I'll just say the history of evolution and theology is really, really interesting. A lot of theologians in the 19th century welcomed evolution because it solved a serious problem in theology. The 19th century was a century of great revival, a great outpouring of the Holy Spirit.
I'm asking him, MRV, because
really came
if he
to
holds
the view
evolution, it's going to
there was
reduce
a
to
God
naturalism.
who was imminent and close and answered
What are you,
prayer.
retarded?
And then,
What will you say if I told you it's mentally retarded?
And unchanging and non-dynamic. So natural theology met spiritual revival, and they didn't agree. And so theologians loved evolution at the time because it made creation infused with God's freedom and creativity. It showed that God actually was intimately involved with nature rather than distant and separate and not involved. So if you look at the debates in the 19th century and early 20th century, that's why a lot of theologians loved evolution so much, because it much better reflected a God who was active, intimate, close, and involved, rather than a God who was distant, quiet, and far away.
All right, we'll have to leave it there.
Yeah,
Sam, we got to roll through these. There's another debate tonight, and I got to get prepped for that and do a couple things. We got Kung Fu, JO3, or Joe, I guess, for 5. When you say random mutation is random part of a binary, how would you know what a non-random mutation is?
I'm assuming that's for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so random in philosophy biology has got 4 different definitions that talking about and on your level of explanation. You've got statistical randomness, you've got randomness with respect to adaptation, you've got indeterminism. For an example, I don't work with any of the others, but random, I suppose, is, well, like I'll give you what I work on, which is, a ray of UV light hits a stretch of DNA and causes a mutation. That's not caused, but That's just incidental. If you don't believe that that happens, theologically, you have a big problem. You've got an even bigger problem with quantum physics, because if you don't believe that random or chance play any role in creation, you have a you've got a much bigger problem with quantum physics than you do with evolution. And I don't know what you do with that, which is why theological discussions about quantum physics are still going on so fiercely in science and religion 100 years later.
Sam,
yeah.
The question was by what method or criterion you're going to determine a biological event is non-random or random. So he's asking for a methodology, not for a definition of what you think random is defined as, but rather the methodology. How would you know something, an event like a mutation that you observed? How would you know the mutation was random or not? How would you know methodologically? Like, how would you? What?
Okay. Yeah.
You know,
so you've got 4 different models, but I would just say something that happened without agency.
Yeah. How would you How would you determine it was random though? Because
one agent didn't do it to another.
Okay, trees don't have agency, right?
Well, they got some. They move. They have stress responses.
No. Agency has it. Yeah. No. Agency, is that what you're defining? Agency is that they move?
Again, this depends on your level of explanation.
Mutations are physically something moving inside of a certain context. So the question of whether...
Well, no, some mutations are agency. You drink caffeine, and there's chemical mutagenesis. There's agency there. But a ray of UV light striking your DNA, there's no agency there.
Well, no, the question is whether or not there's an understandable cause and the effect, right? So cause and effect, we have agency and we can cause things, and it wouldn't be random because we caused it. The computers that we make are not random, right? They're from intentionality. Now, even if you removed intentionality and mind from the scenario, a tree doesn't have a mind and yet it grows upward. Would you say that's random, or is that a thing that we can predict and assume has regularity to it? It's not random that trees grow up from the ground, right?
Yeah, a tree doesn't have a mind. I agree with you on that. But
so is it random? No, but is it random?
No, because a tree has a central nervous system.
Okay, what makes a mutation, which is just under the Evo view, an extension of nature, biological nature, what makes a mutation random versus not random?
Depends how it happened. Depends on the cause.
Yeah, that's what we're asking. How would you know something's random versus not random in regards to a mutation?
It depends on how the mutation was caused, and you can assess how the mutation was caused by studying it.
Oh my gosh. It's just almost like you can't even understand what I'm asking.
Well, no, these are processes like methylation. These are processes like chemical mutagenesis. You can see those, and you can see where they come from. There's no problem.
Okay.
We're gonna move on here. Just a couple more, like I said. BC Penniman for 5 says 2 questions for Sam. Do you doubt that humans are descendants of plants? How old must the Earth be to facilitate your conception of evolution?
So I sign up to the view that the Earth is 4.6 billion years old. And no, we didn't come from plants, but we shared a common ancestor with them a long time ago.
Okay.
Next question.
No. I want to focus on this just real quick.
Sure.
The Earth, you said you hold the view that it's 4.1 billion years old.
4.6, 4.5.
Okay. I don't want to get it too wrong.
Sorry, the sun is 4.6.
Okay. Yeah, no, there. I don't want to get those mixed up. So, if the Earth is 4.1 or whatever 6 billion years old, do you agree from your view the Earth is an accumulation of previous existing matter in space?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Earth is a culmination of a multiplicity of different types of matter from space, and you randomly grab one piece of Earth and try to date it 4.6 billion years, how do you know you're not dating something that pre-existed the formation of the Earth?
It's not my field, not my area of expertise.
Well, do you see the problem here is that to say the Earth, a singular thing, is 4.6 billion years old, but the process, according to the view that you're defending, is that the Earth is the accumulation of a multiplicity of foreign pieces of matter that must be older than the formation of the Earth. It's like, let's use an analogy. You find a flute and you try to date the flute, but you test the wood to date the flute, but the age of the flute as it's formed is not the age of the wood, right? So when you say the Earth is this, you're actually creating a birthday for the Earth that's completely arbitrary. And then you have another problem because your view holds that the Earth is a composition of pre-existing matter. So now that needs an age, right? So if all of the matter surrounding in the universe culminates into the Earth, and you say, I'm going to date the Earth, you're actually dating a particular set of pieces of matter and material that actually existed before the Earth.
No, I mean, this isn't either of our area of expertise, and I'm not going to pretend that it is mine.
Okay.
But no, you're not just arbitrarily dating whatever bit you find. We know the Earth is 4.5 because the oldest bits of it that we can find are that old, and we've never found anything.
Did you just literally miss everything I said? If the Earth is composed of matter that pre-exists before the formation of the Earth, you can't say the Earth is 4.6 billion years old because the thing you're dating has to exist before the Earth is formed.
No, because our solar system formed independently in its own way. Our solar system is unique, it's different. And there's, everything in our solar system formed together. And the oldest bits you can date. This isn't just about the Earth, though. You can date the moon. I mean, the bits...
Did the moon exist before? Did the moon exist? Did the matter of the moon exist before, under your view, the shape of the moon?
The moon came from the Earth.
Oh, so the moon and the Earth. Okay, so this is what's so wild about it, is that you have the same problem in philosophy as you do in evolution. You have in your cosmology, because if you say the moon is at least as old as the Earth because it came from the Earth, but the Earth came from something that's not the Earth, just like your view on evolution, the Pakicetus was one thing, and then the whale came from the Pakicetus. You're trying to date an object that, under your own view, admittedly, is made up of multiplicity of objects that precede the object. That there are multiple parts of the object that come together in a process that make up this thing called the Earth. You're saying, I'm going to date the Earth. Are you dating when the Earth became first its shape, or are you dating the material the Earth is composed of? Because the material the Earth is composed of can't be identical to the time frame of the Earth's shape. You understand?
You're asking a very Ship of Theseus kind of question, which is just wrong, because Earth is the label we give for the accumulation of matter that we call Earth.
Got it.
But also it's
arbitrary.
It's a hard science. It's hard
it's
science.
A hard science. The age of the Earth is a hard science, but the Earth is made up of things that preceded the Earth. But you're going to date that material based on when it becomes the Earth, which is totally arbitrary.
No, let's say.
Sorry, we just gotta wrap this up, gentlemen.
There's lots to say to that.
Just
anyway.
I think 3 or 4 more max, and they're not very big. I do want to thank everyone who's sending the gifts,
nonsense,
all the random jewels and stuff.
How is the question unsensical,
maybe one or
dude?
2 questions here.
You guys are actually retarded.
This one's
Can you see the questions, Jim Bob? Because
no.
I can't see them.
No.
Maybe only in the chat if he's in both. But this one's from R10T907 for 5. Sam, you claim that EBUSS induction. What is the base step, and can you prove every step on the ladder?
EBUSS induction? What is that? Sorry. I don't understand what he's trying to say.
I think the induction or the EBUSS part, was that something you were speaking on and related to genes?
No, I don't know what he means.
Hey, it was a minute ago. Sorry, R10. Re-examination show for 2. Is my $10 question going to be asked? I did ask it. Scroll back if you just sent that. Thanks to everyone who's sending the random jewels. That's a new feature. Sam, this is from OOQ8D.
You guys didn't even get to the
Sam,
George
do you actually
Floyd
know the 3 laws of logic?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Next question.
Fair. Mark Pierce for 5 says, how does evolution explain the Hayflick limit? And then we got like 2 more after this.
I'm not familiar with what that is. So you can...
Well, I'll just let you know real quick. The Hayflick limit is the number of times a normal human cell population will divide until cell division stops. So I think it's in kind of cancer, fibroblast. specifically.
Evolution underpins modern cancer research. So apoptosis, programmed cell death. These are things we're putting to really good use with DNA repair therapy right now, which is transforming breast cancer care.
Okay. And then last two here, Kevin Blackwell, welder for 5, says, for Sam, in the Nature 2005 study, does it say in the appendix that the 98.8% similarity only applies to 2.4 billion of the human genome? Yes or no?
2005 study. I'm not sure which study he's referring to.
The
study
the one about chimpanzees. He was the one who asked that question about chimpanzees, 86% versus the 99%.
Yeah, that study
similar.
came out a year and a half ago, not 2005. That came out in June 2 years ago.
You guys, I
Not
literally made this
2005,
guy
so he's talking
sweat.
about a different paper.
Pay your dowries.
Okay. And then the very last one, I believe, I'll double check for one final go through, and then I'll let you guys shout out your channels, is from Way Philosophy for 5. It says, an all-powerful God could cause 5 billion years of intrinsic aging in 5 days. It's just kind of a statement. All right, quick review here. Darth Thorains, this is at Jim Bob. He says, just a reminder, Jim Bob is too scared to debate me.
I don't know who you are.
I'm sure he's not.
And I don't know who you
muted
are.
if you're talking to us.
Oh, I don't know who you are, so.
Dark Thorains. Yeah, he doesn't even know who you are.
Don't take the bait, Jim Bob. You have better things to do.
Another 2 from In the Filth. He said, mountain whales is what we call fat Appalachians. All right, and I think the very last, Dark Thorains also, he added you too, Sam. He said, Sam, you dummy, Jim believes in micro evolution, laughing emoji. I guess they're back at Jim Bob.
Yeah, that doesn't, once you get into what we mean by it, we use the example of the bacteria. When you look at micro evolution, if you want to call it that, I don't care what you call it. I would just call it adaptation. You're looking at a category of a thing, bacteria, that maintains its identity of what it is and goes through some changes. Similarly, we're human beings and we have variation. Hair color, skin color, height, fat, skinny, and all that. The only way to coherently talk about variation is to assume a category that there's a variation of. Variation of ice cream, variation of cars, variation of trees. But if you say the thing itself changes, then you can't really use variation of that thing if your argument is that thing changes. So you have a categorical change that you're assuming in evolution, and then under the category, you're saying there are changes within the category. But evolution's positing that the category itself is the thing that's going to be changing. In which case, you're in a new claim now. Yeah, that's a new claim.
Sorry about that interruption. But while you're on the soapbox here, an honest doubter sent $2 and said, made by Jim Bob, define stance independent proper function.
Stance independent proper function.
This was early on in the debate, I believe, and maybe related to the vegetable organs.
I'm not sure what category you're saying insofar as stance independent. You mean define something without a mind, without a position, without metaphysics? I don't think there's any position that you can say absent that you have knowledge and philosophy and evaluation and language possible, if that's what you mean. That's basically a question that posing the question assumes that you have that status, which you wouldn't.
I don't remember that coming up, so feel free to move on.
You might clarify it real quick. Someone else is saying I skipped one. It doesn't always show every one of them, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know why it does this occasionally. If I missed your chat, just let me know. Tag me. I
would say that, like, if you said the function of the brain, if you were to properly think, that is to say, what you're saying and thinking, it abides by the laws of logic. An argument itself would have to be a function that had to be true, independent of your stance of it being true.
Vestigial, I know, Roger. I know.
So that would assume that the brain operates in a proper way such that you can do argumentation. Even asking the question, name something that's stance independent, assumes that your brain is operating properly. Like you're basically participating in the thing that you're questioning.
Okay, there was one from JB Peltier that I missed. They said, oh, where'd it go? Okay, yeah, he said for 5, quote, "We spent so much money. It's so old. It just is. All of us agree. You're just uneducated."
It's a good summary of it.
And then Forrest Phillips for 5 said, "The practice/empiricism reminds me of my doc. Quote, I don't know how it works. I just know it works." End quote. I hope bioscience isn't as fuzzy as psychiatry. And then last one from JB Peltier, and then I'll let you guys respond to anything there before we close it out. Quote, "If only the debate was anything other than the debate I agreed to." End quote.
Oh, he's poking fun at you because at the end, well, and I'll acknowledge being in the defensive is a much harder position. I mean, you're getting attacked, and not just getting attacked, but I'm very aggressive when I go against evolution. So, kudos to you.
No, I can tell it means a lot to you. And if there was a different topic, I would be really interested to hear more about what you believe and what you think some other time.
Well, if you want to, and I asked you before the debate started, you're already geared a little bit more toward traditional high church. My invitation, if you want to know more about what I believe, is come to Divine Liturgy.
Yeah, there's two that just came in here, or one that I missed, $10 from Reed Manila says, "Would love to see Sam in these discussions more. Great science communicator." And then
thank you, Reed.
Fortes just sent another 10, said, "You accept adaptation but reject evolution. Where exactly is the boundary, and what mechanism stops adaptation from accumulating into larger evolutionary change?" They say that's at JB.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. But for one thing, I want to distinguish. It's actually the evolution proponent making the affirmative that because adaptation exists, what's true of the part must be true of the whole. That's actually a fallacy. It's a composition fallacy. So, for one, it's a composition fallacy. Two, if you claim that because something adapts, what I said before is you can't talk about adaptation in an intelligible way unless the adaptation is occurring inside of a category. What adapts? Finches, their beaks. The adaptation of the finch. You're actually assuming a category. But if evolution was true, the finch itself would be a moving flux category itself. So that's why it's not reasonable to say if you see adaptation of X, X is the static category, therefore the X itself must be changing. Itself, the very nature of what it is, changes, right? That doesn't follow. That's actually a logical jump. And every debate, I make the distinction between changes of a thing versus the thing changing. They're different. That's two different things. Changes of a thing versus the thing changing into another thing that it's not. That's two different statements.
All right. And then the very last thing I just want to say is from Long Haul Nate for 5. He says, "GG, thumbs up the stream." Thanks, Nate. Have a good one, man. All right, guys. That was very spirited. A lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot. You guys were very respectful, and we did not have to go to timed responses. That's awesome.
Nice.
So go ahead, Sam, shout out your channel real quick and tell us where to find you, and then we'll turn it over to Jim Bob. Do the same.
I do have a YouTube channel called the Polymath World Channel where I interview astronauts, scientists, researchers, and philosophers, and I've had a couple of theologians on there. It's just my journeys in academia, meeting interesting people and putting a camera in front of their face. I'm not super active because I'm not much of a YouTuber, but I do put stuff on there. I try and put stuff on there. You want to know more about me, go to www.sam-mckee.co.uk. That's my page where you can find out about what I do with my life if you've got nothing better to do. And all else I'll say is thanks, Jim Bob. That was good fun. I enjoyed it very much. It was a pleasure to meet you. And thank you, Mike.
It's awesome. Sam, are you a big reader?
Yeah.
You have time to read? My suggestion, I'll email it to you, but it's called Genesis, Creation, and Early Man. Being that you're in the topic of evolution and creation, I highly recommend it. It's a massive book, but I think you'll really enjoy it. So
thank you.
I'll email it to you.
Great. I got a holiday coming up. It'll be my holiday reading.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much again. Good spirited debate, good moderation. I appreciate Sam coming to the table and being on the defense the whole time. And you're maintaining your composure. And I love this topic, as you can see, and I'm open always to debating against evolution proponents and trying to get them to defend what it is they're actually saying is happening and has happened. And you can find me at Made by Jim Bob. I'm actually continuing my stream right now. If there's anyone in the audience that wants to keep countering me, maybe in the chat, you can do that. And that's about it.
Yes. Continue the chat, Jim Bob stream. Never let it stop. Don't let him sleep. All right. You guys have been awesome. Like the video. Check out DebateCon memberships if you can't make it. Get the final word tier, and you can watch all those live. I appreciate everybody for hanging around in the chat, and y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. I'll email that book to you, Sam. Okay? Yeah, no problem. Bye. Cool. God bless. Bye. Okay, you guys. There you go. There it goes. I really wish you guys got to I should have put the picture ahead of this. There's about half left of this picture. All these funny pictures of mutated animals. The next one, I couldn't time it right. It's a new technology I made here. I don't think it's too distracting either. It's kind of fun to have these pictures going. It's like lower opacity and stuff. Anyway, who's in the chat? I saw Nitty, if you're still here. I don't think it's a straw man. The age of the Earth thing is so insane. I made it very clear, I thought. I thought I was very clear with that. The age of the Earth. You say it's, whatever, 4.6 billion years. You're picking up a particular item on the Earth and saying, this is this many years old, all right? Okay, so is the Earth that old, which is the composite of all of these materials? Or is the material itself that old and exists before the Earth? How did you come to the conclusion that that was a straw man, if that's what you're saying? No idea how you guys think. I honestly don't. I'm trying to understand you creatures. Anyway, that went pretty... That actually went better than I expected. That went better. Now, he's well behaved because he's you know, he thinks Anglican, practicing Christian, but good, you know, good enough to behave in a particular way. Notice the difference between, you know, the two. He's very likable, but yeah, he definitely deserved the sweat because he really had a hard time. I mean, that segment of the scientific method was perhaps more brutal with Sam than it was with Peterson. You guys harken back to Peterson. Dude, that was brutal. He like stepped right in it. And then he contradicted himself. He said evolution is actually more a law than a scientific theory, which is, why would you argue that it makes its way through the scientific theory and properly should be called a theory if it's not a theory to begin with, you know? I was very confused by that. Great job. Your content is second to none. Thank you so much, Hayden. Appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. Keep the stream going for a bit, considering it's Saturday. Tomorrow, Sunday, I will be picking up my iconography teacher who will be teaching 17 of us starting Monday for a full week. Will you guys get me in the evening? Maybe. It ends at 4:30. Got to come home, maybe rest up, eat something. You guys might get some evening streams if I have it in me, you know. But, you know, you got to make it count, though. You know what I mean? There's another one, piecing the tiles together. Oh, yeah, this is my favorite. This is a shark. What is it? A deer shark, I think I said. Make a deer shark. These are real cute, aren't they? He said believe. He did say believe. Yep. He became progressively more red. That's true. That's true. Sure thing. Where did all the counters go? Where'd you guys go? See, it's always the same thing. They're so loud. And then they disappear into the darkness every single time. You don't know anything. It's not even a theory. No, it's not a theory. It doesn't make it. It's not a theory. He appeals to God in a way that gets him off the hook for not having a good answer to the question. Yeah, well, that's true. But he got really trapped there with the ape thing. He really did. That was also a brutal moment there. Man, I have a lot to choose from. There's a lot to choose from for clips, that's for sure. Oof. I hope this gets reviewed. I hope you Evo atheist people review this, please. Did you put a man bear pig from Father Stephen DeYoung fame? No, but I'll do that next time. Now that I know how to populate these tiles via super chats, I'm going to come up with really funny images, you guys. I got to surprise you. Hey, Jim Bob, loving your Evo debates. Do you have any thoughts on Ken Hoven's Evo debates? Yeah, he does a pretty good job. A whale? Yeah, he's I'm going to have him on Scud at some point. For sure. So he's very enjoyable to watch. Are people intentionally trying to overthink the question of time compounded with adaptation, still not answering the Evo loopholes? No, they just don't want to, I guess. I don't know what to say, man. They just keep positing that if something, which necessarily has to be in a category, goes through adaptation, that means parts of what it is change a little bit. They think that the thing itself changes what it is altogether. It's not logical. And I demonstrated this. I think another really brutal moment was asking someone, in this case Sam, how many different if Pakicetus is a category and if a whale is a category, and you say the Pakicetus through random mutation, natural selection, produces what we know the whale to be, how many categories like a whale, like a Pakicetus, exist in between the Pakicetus and the whale? I don't think you know what it is? They get away with not answering the philosophical presuppositions. They get away with it because no one talks about that in the sciences. That's why they give each other awards. But you just ask these basic questions and they're done. They're lost. I mean, he's lucky we didn't do a closing. I mean, I was a bit charitable there. I was about to give a brutal closing. WJB, thank you, Kung Fu. Wish you guys had more time to address my question about what would not be random mutation. Yeah, he didn't want to answer that. I tried to press him on it for you, man. Tried. He didn't want to. Yeah, MDD still. Now, I'll say that they did cultivate some better culture from 5 years ago or whatever it was. The days of leading up to Andrew and Matt Dillahunty. But still, yeah, it's pretty insufferable. Very strong debate, Jim Bob. Do you have an opinion on whether some apes are more equal than others? That's funny. Oh man, that was brutal too. They got really upset about that, huh? Are you an ape? Yeah. Am I an ape? Oh, so who else is an ape? But at the same time, apes aren't culpable. So, yeah, it was rough. He had a rough go at it. And he at least admitted he didn't do well. But he just said, because I'm on the defense. Well, listen, guy, if you believe in evolution and you think it can be defended, and you can get up and make the affirmative against someone like me, and you don't do well, you can't say it's you. You know why? Because I'm up to like 6 debates against these people, and none of them do well. None of them. You can see evolution is very helpful in cancer. Yeah, it's crazy. That was a crazy take. Ape Paul was wild, right? That was wild. Apostle Paul ape? I mean, Jews, dude. Genomes are current, but also ancient. That was brutal, too. Man, I'm now thinking about it. Now I'm thinking about it. I was like, wow. I must have been bloodthirsty, honestly. That was crazy, that part. That's a new one for me, actually. Did you guys notice that? Were you guys following that? That I ventured into a space that I've never realized was also a problem for the Evo. because he has to say the whale genome isn't actually studying the whale genome. It's studying a version of the Pakicetus genome. But then you're not studying the whale genome because the genome itself, he said, is independent of the form and the body and the category of the whale that it's in. I was like, that was like a golden light. That was like a light bulb moment for me. Now I have to clean it up a little bit. But there's always another thing that comes up in these debates where you're like, what? Wait, what are you saying? Should make a slide of the Pakicetus transitioning and then ask at what point is no longer. Yeah, I need to use visuals. I asked that question very clearly, even as clear as it could be, and still the visual, you need the visual, I think. Like, and then you could ask the opposite question, or the inverse on the other side. How far back from the whale are you no longer whale? Same thing with human. Totally arbitrary, the entire thing. The entire thing's totally arbitrary. And they know it, you know, they know it. They just have to shame you, though. Like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't study. Look, we gave each other awards. His work breaks evolution. I'll check that out. Dr. Michael Levin. Oy.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Oy vey. Oy vey. Honestly, against Christian evolutionists, his better line of questioning would end in, is Jesus an ape? Yeah. Is Jesus a beast? Yep. They have to say it. Look, Redeem Zoomer. If you guys don't remember, go watch the Redeem Zoomer debate. I think it was on MDD also. The bullets that guy took, he bit. And this guy didn't want to deal with it, right? At least Redeem Zoomer was like, yeah, in a million years, if we... Well, no, actually, no. He actually said, no, we're not evolving anymore because of technology. Oh, no, listen. If we kept evolving, from your view, became a beast that was not even close to a human-looking thing and did whatever the nature of that new thing was, just eat, just cannibalism or whatever. Does Christ come back to judge the living and the dead? And the living are a bunch of crab wolves? I'll have to remember that one, crab wolf. By the way, a couple more chats here in these empty spaces to get the full picture of the cow shark. And I think after the cow shark, we get into our own category. So, thank you. Thanks, Meg Bob. She evolved to feed me. That is crazy conjecture. A wolf-sized cow thing becomes a whale? Yeah, that's right. That's what happens. It's a beautiful process, by the way. MRB Levin absolutely believes in evolution, but is a Platonist that believes forms act attractor states that guide the evolutionary process. Yeah, that's... Like, I've even heard Peugeot take a terrible evolution approach. Now, I don't know if he was just reaching out to the Evo people and being like, symbolically, we could manifestation some schema that makes evolution sort of like a unique way of talking. It's like, stop. I mean, you know, with all due respect, stop. Stop it. The incarnation itself is completely, entirely incompatible with evolution. Jason, what's up, Jason? I hope you saw some of that. That was brutal. That was a beatdown. Brooklyn says, can you elaborate on the genome thing a little more? I think I understand the point, but I don't understand how it creates a problem. Okay, so notice when he said, well, I said, how do you know that the Pakicetus is in the lineage of the whale? And by the way, he failed miserably on that. He said, we study the genome of what? The whale. Right? You follow me so far? I said, how do you compare the genome of the universal category whale with the genome of the Pakicetus if you don't have the genome of the Pakicetus? He flopped. He absolutely flopped. That was pretty much the end of that section for me, for him. Now, continue on. He says we study the genome. Well, he said the genome of the whale is ancient. In other words, begging the question, it comes from the Pakicetus, and then before that, and so forth, right? So then he had to separate the genome of this category called the whale and make it its own ontology. It's a unique ontology genome, not of the whale. It's almost like a spirit requiring a host. It's like a parasite. The genome makes its way through a variety of changing animals, yet it's essentially tied to the animal's nature. It codes for its behavior, but it's not proper to the nature of the whale. And this gets into, by the way, if you go far enough, this will actually get into orthodoxy essence energy distinctions. Nature versus the person, the nature of, or in a non-human sense, the nature of what something is, and then what it does. Now, the key point, Brooklyn, is that he actually tried to extract the genome of the whale, so it's not proper to the whale. The whale doesn't own it. It's ancient. It's like Marty Leeds genomics. It's ancient coding. And so that completely defeats his first argument, which is to say the reason we know the lineage of the Pakicetus is the same as the whale is we studied the lineage, the genomics of the whale, which I'll later in this debate deny the existence of. That's what's wrong with it. Their entire methodology, their epistemic system for how they're determining things is undermined now. I've never seen it before, actually, until now. Now, I don't know if every evolution proponent would go into that world, but I have to think about it more. It might actually be a consequence of the view that you would have to take the genes and say that the genes themselves are not universally proper to any of the animals that they're in, which that collapses everything, actually. That's crazy. I have to fine-tune it, though, because it's still a bit abstract. You have to actually draw it out like visually, I think. Oh, we're on the next one, guys. Oh, this is perfect. If we, well, no, there's a couple more images after this, but I'll be happy. Look, I'm happy with the debate. I'm happy with how things gone today. But this image behind me must be revealed through Super Chats. Yeah, that's exactly. I bet that was in their chat, Zero Smoke. I bet you anything it was in their chat. The ancient nature of a whale. Back to the philosophy, like proper, something proper to a thing. The genes, the RNA, the DNA, the way the body operates is proper to the nature of the whale. They can't say that. They can't say it. There is no whale. There's no whale. It's just particulars. It's nuts that you have to opposite sex things evolve into compatible opposite sex things at the right time to actually reproduce incidentally. Train yourselves to say incidentally. The statistical impossibility of this retardation, yeah? Not just that, the myriology of components in your body that work together but also maintain their own function, but in conjunction with everything else that's functioning as a whole system, almost like a city, right? Highways, buildings, sewer systems, cleaning systems. It's like a microcosm of it. But it incidentally does it. That's how crazy you have to be to believe in evolution. You have to believe pure accidentalism constructs accidentally things that apparently do things non-accidentally, but they just do them. Wow, amazing. It's actually, if you think about it, it's more fantastical than a creation story. It's even more fantastical. But you know why it is because they're bound by naturalism. They're bound by empiricism. That's what makes it more fantastical. The Christian paradigm isn't more fantastical because we don't reduce our view of reality to nature alone. But they do. They have to. They have to. They're stuck. So it's not a jump. It's not a contradiction for you to go, well, you guys believe in supernaturalism, which is incompatible with naturalism. I'm like, yeah, I know. But you believe in all things against mathematics and statistics and observable reality. You literally have to invent something that's incompatible with your observable reality. We don't. Because guess what? It's in our creed. Shout out to the creed. All things visible and invisible. They don't have this. These people don't have this distinction. A whale of a mind. Thank you, John. I wonder if all of the no proper use entailment is just a wraparound to booty stuff. Probably, most of the time. Yup. Believe the science. Yeah. So, anyway, I'm tapping myself on the shoulder on that one. And I wasn't even mean. I'm taking the Jay Dyer path. We're all going to be a bunch of tired, old, orthodox people who are just like, okay. Do you guys see the face coming through behind me? You guys got to make this image pay off. They jump from one artificial reality to another, yeah. Atheists believe it used to take millions and millions of years to make a baby. Well, the bacteria thing was interesting, too. If you guys remember, the argument that we observe bacteria and, it's evolving. Well, is it bacteria? Yes. It takes them forever to say just yes. Yes, it's just bacteria. It's still bacteria. From their view, the bacteria that existed much longer than a whale and much longer than a Pakicetus and everything else, if that is under the same system and mechanisms as the rest of biology, and we don't see bacteria over much greater spans of their time view, their time capsule, it stays bacteria. But they're like, no, I know, but a land cow wet its hooves and became a whale in 53 million years, which in the grand scheme of things, in comparison to their view of the timeline of bacteria, think about how disparate those are.
Jim Botron, you know what's funny? When I found your channel, I wasn't a full believer in evolution, but nothing seemed sufficient for me to see it as debunked. It wasn't any of the science counters you made, or the philosophy used to debunk it to convince me. It was when you went to the theology that you completely collapsed it for me. It was so obvious after that.
Yeah.
So, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Giovanni.
Yeah, you're welcome, Giovanni. Giovanni's one of my favorite apes. They have awards, JB. That makes them right. I'm going to develop a whole system of awards. The anti-atheist award. I'm going to do events. I'm going to do anti-evolution event. That's going to be great. The anti-evolution. Alter Void. I could have lanyards and everything. Can you stop attacking Evo? I am now having a hard time with my conspiratarded views because I like to just draw lines between random data and pick and say that's true. Freedom! That's right, Alter Void. That's how we do it. Also, with the amount of life we have now, wouldn't the probability of evolution be higher now it's actually the case? Well, they're like, no, because we have iPads. Everything is made in the image. Well, that's actually what they would have to hold, Nick Flip. I think you're being sarcastic there, but yeah, that came up in the debate. Someone even asked it in the end. They were like, oh, every God, there's a difference between all of creation reflects God, his intention, his creativity. That's different than saying everyone is the image bearer. Everything, not everyone. Everything is the image bearer of God. That's a Maryland level claim. That's Maryland level. You have to debate this guy again. How can someone who calls himself a Christian say we evolved from gorillas? Are we God's pets? Yeah. If you missed that section, I highly recommend going back to that section, that exchange with him. Because, yeah, he has to say God. He has to say Christ, second person of the Trinity, incarnated as a beast. He comes from a beast. It's not a follow-through from the initial creation of man made in God's image from the start. No, it's a beast. And by the way, it gets worse in these Evo debates against the Christian view, who's trying to reconcile evolution and Christianity. There's not only the death before the fall problem, or the embodiment of the image bearer status post-fall problem, but you have a problem with Adam coming from a beast too. It came up in a different debate. The entailment is that Adam came from a beast that wasn't made in God's image. His own dad, biologically, and mom. He could have actually, if he wanted to, started some animal husbandry with his own parents, which kind of violates the hierarchy too of the Trinity, the hierarchy of what the expression even of the church in the house is. You know, you don't actually have to respect your father. He's a beast. Orthobros fighting on all fronts: atheists, heretics, polemicists, even other Orthodox who hold heretical views. Also, crabs would be Protestants. It's funny. That is funny. Are you guys starting to see? See, I wish this came through during the debate, but I didn't time it right. Actually, I should blame you. You guys weren't aggressive enough in your donations to reveal this image. I should have made this the 4th image, maybe? Yeah, I should have made that the 4th. It's okay. I'll blame it on you guys. I blame it on you guys. You guys want to see the joke photo reveals? You gotta pay for their reveal. How genius am I? You guys should tip me for how genius this grift is. Reveal the image grift? Oh my gosh. Gosh. I deserve a speedboat. I don't think Sam's super smart science friends are going to let him join their fart-sniffing circles anymore. They won't see it. That's the problem, is that nobody, they just write it off, right? These people get pummeled. And they just write it off. You know, oh, my name's Jim Bob. Oh, look at the cut-off sleeves. Oh, he asked the George Floyd question. They don't have to pay attention, right? That's why they keep losing, because they don't actually do any work. They never do any work. They never come to the table and go, you know what? I actually studied every single one of your positions. They don't. That's fine with me. I have a great time. The Grift Master would be impressed. It's good. It's good, isn't it? Shout out to Vampire Frog who helped me debug it. I got all of the coding right, and I missed a couple of things. And only a nerd like Vampire Frog could actually fix it for me. Of course they did, but that's the thing. That's why I bring it up. That's why I bring it up. They got to deal with that. I think I have like 5 people who actually said that. Who actually answered the question, at least. If you debate this guy again in the future, you have to ask him if he thinks God also evolves. Yeah, because we're made in God's image, yeah. Yeah, if we're made in God's image and we're not universal, then God's nature is also a changing nature, yeah. There's a younger guy at my parish that was really hung up on evolution when he was converting, and I said, your content was extremely helpful for him. Yeah, and also read that book, you guys, Genesis, Creation, and Early Man. St. Seraphim Rose, epic. Tackles, the philosophical angles are massive. And how appropriate that it's actually philosophical angles that undermine evolution. Why is that? The reason that philosophical attacks on evolution do a good job undermining evolution is because evolution is a philosophy. Now, philosophy is involved with science, But science, you can't even examine evolution from a purely scientific view unless it makes its way through the scientific method. Then you can investigate what you're claiming. He couldn't even make it, man. That was that like 5 hours of us on step 2 of the scientific method, or what? You should start to tell them it's more racist not to include George Floyd. Yeah, total discrimination, Dustin. That's right. The evolving image through random mutation super chats is genius. Yeah, I agree. At first, I had it coded that it was just like a from the top down, like a banner that gets filled up. But I like the idea that it's changing. Thank you for that. Yep. It's all random. Yeah, 34 minutes on just step 1 of the scientific method, man. That's going to make a horrifying clip for him. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You believe terrible things. Evolution is a terrible thing to believe. MDD meltdown? Oh, I'm sure. They came in here too, but now they're gone. You know. They bite the heels, nip at the calves, and then when the debate's over, I'm like, hey, you have me all to yourself, guys. They're like, silence. Yeah, I'm in the middle of that, actually. Yep. I'm right dead in the middle of it. Don't look now, but there's... Anyway, what is it? 3:30? I think I can make this my last goal. So you guys, make it count. Make it count, y'all. Let's get this last goal in, and I'll check the internet world and see where else you guys can land here. Should be good. There's got to be something good on. But only after we reach this last goal. I earned it. I definitely earned it today. For sure. A book? I'm a terrible writer. But I'm considering making a book that's more like silly, like Savage memes. For those of you maybe who are new here, I wrote a whole volume 1 through 5 of Savage memes, which are all like theological commentary in meme form and other things too. But I think a directed book about how silly evolution would be pretty epic. But drawn out in a really unique, fun way, more easy to consume. I consider it Giovanni, yeah. Because you guys have been a massive support to me when I did have the memes, and I still have 3 volumes left, soon to be just 2, just 4 and 5. But yeah, I think I'll get that itch, actually. I think so. I think that's a good idea. A really fun, toilet book, table book, coffee table book. I used to be involved with that whole gaggle of morons cultivated by Top Lobster. That guy's the worst, dude. That guy's such a coward, man. He's such a whiny coward. You more than earned it? I think so. I think that was an epic beatdown. And it was nice. I was nice about it. So. Oh my gosh, Lisa. Women can be funny sometimes. Okay? Okay. Where is that last one? I think I just missed it. Oh, okay. Thank you for that one. Appreciate you. Chaw says, it's interesting how unwilling the atheists and naturalists are to donate to debate platforms in the form of questions. You'd think they contribute even trivially to support their views. No, they're cheap. That's also why they're so mad, is that the most generous and philanthropic are even heterodox Christians. Super generous. Because they actually care about what they believe. The atheists are like, what? Can you guys help support? Why? Why support a non-view? Can you guys help support my view? What's your view? That nothing matters? Yeah, can you guys help support the nothing matters view? Why? I don't know. I want to buy a new chair or something. Okay, cool. That's stupid. Can you also ask him in the future if we accidentally evo into God image, and if some other creature may have accidentally won the race, would God's... That's a good one too, Alter Void. Is it incidental that us in our current form was the one who won? Yeah, ironically, I make a children's book debunking evolution. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. When he said that you could study the old DNA from looking at the current DNA, I know, that was it, Topher. That was it. I was like, what? Especially from their nominal view. There is no consistent genome. There is no ancient genome that continues to now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, that went well. I'm glad. Too humble? Well, I think I'm just... I don't know. I can't glaze myself. I do feel particularly good about today's debate, though. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much. Another guy said something earlier that kind of pissed me off, but he was probably just trolling. I think he believes it, but he was also just trying to get a reaction. You said, I'm only capable of arguing against naturalism and evolution. What are you talking about? Most of the time I spend interacting with the chat is arguing against, like, Sola Scriptura recently. I don't know what you're talking about. Prick. Prick. I feel like only you could nail that children's book because even parents would find it funny. I'm going to think about that. I could make it pretty easy too, like, 50 pages or less. 25 pages maybe. I'm going to consider that, Giovanni. Thank you. I'm going to consider that. Saint Floyd. Honestly, I really thought we'd get more opposition in the chat. That's the only thing that I would have extended the stream on. But yeah, I'm too arrogant. I could be. I think I might be too arrogant. Hey, no, now I'm being humble by saying I'm too arrogant. Paradox. Huh. I have a tiny little chip on my shoulder. It just rolls right off because there's nothing there. I'm the masculine equivalent to flat-chested. Anyway, I wouldn't even believe how humble. It's the arrogance paradox, yeah. Pastor Mike, of course he believes in evolution. His marriage evolved. You did a great job asking if evolution and death were before the fall or after. He could not admit that death became... Yeah, he was stunned. I hope he comes to liturgy, though. Like, he's drawn to, a more rigid, traditional, experience. And I asked him before. He was very open to it. I'm glad. I hope he goes, actually. For the goal, thank you, Adrian. I really appreciate that. Big 20. Really appreciate that. I am with Jim Bob, but granted, for the age of the Earth topic, there is a geological method to debate magna cools. No, that's actually worse for your argument. Because the age of matter actually resets if it becomes magma So it's actually less predictable or less, you should put less confidence in it, because if the age of the earth, let's say the earth is what it is, that was my argument against the age of the earth, by the way. It grants that there's a point in time where the earth is itself. These people can't even tell you when human beings begin. They're going to tell you when the beginning of the age of the earth is. They can't even tell you what the earth is and when it becomes officially its thing. What is it, a shape? Is it a certain diameter? What is it? Is it when it has trees? When it doesn't have trees? What are we talking about here? But worse than that, Henrik, is that dating the earth or anything, if it goes through the process of magma and melts, it actually restarts its age. Doesn't make any sense. You have to include the possibility of resets the entire time. That wasn't even the argument, though. The argument is, under their view, the Earth is an object that's accumulated from foreign objects, and if that's the case, the age of the foreign objects is older than the object the accumulation of those objects are. And so, what are we even talking about? Seriously, what are we dating? What are we dating? A rock that had to exist before the Earth did. I thought that was pretty easy to understand. Remember when people throw salt over their shoulder? Did that stop with me? Yeah. Yeah, steroid. I'm going to start. I think I might start. I'm going to reach out to all these, like, these crazy, like, muscle building red pillars. I'm just going to go for it. I don't care. Just kidding. He got cooked, but he was polite. The George Floyd question almost made me drop my clippers while cutting my hair. It's a good question. It's not like it's a bad question. That's the thing. It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. Great debate. Your opponent mentioned the Tree of Life project, which, if I remember correctly, is done by a bunch of atheists. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what the guy's doing, man. It's like he wants to be in, like, the scientific world, and it's got to be hard even trying to participate in any meaningful way. Even as a heterodox Christian, you're in another world. It's ancient lava. Yeah, the new lava is still ancient lava. Just going to call everything ancient and non-ancient at the same time. What's your favorite argument for God's existence? Is it a presupposition? Yeah, it's a form of it. It's just that if you asking for an argument for God's existence already assumes truth exists. And if truth exists, you couldn't basically justify any ontology of truth. Now, Christians hold that the ontology of truth is a person, Jesus Christ. But even from their view, truth being absolute would require a grounding that's not some created particular, some feature. So that ends up being the path. Now, that only gets you to, like, divine conceptualism as a bridge, Harrison. So, admittedly, my favorite argument for God is an argument that's a bridge toward a more exhaustive set of arguments that end up leading to orthodoxy in particular. But I always get them on the truth thing. Every time I've ever debated an atheist, I get them on the ontology, their view of truth and reasoning or knowledge, and they assume all these things, and that under their own view, they should deny their existence. Why? Because you can't weigh them. You can't smell them. But you certainly can't ground them, because they all fall into nominalism. So, you could also take the approach of theonomous epistemology and autonomous, which is relevant. Is truth built up from human beings, particular human beings, and it's like a fiction in the sky that we use, or is it top-down and revelatory? There's not a third option. There's also another one, actually, another argument, which is also parallel to that, which is accidentalism versus intentionalism. If Christianity is true, intentionalism makes sense. Now, if you deny intentionalism, that the world operates and there's intentionality to the world, You argue for accidentalism, and there's no in between. There's no third option there. Ask any of your atheist friends, hey, if the world and all of reality is intentional from intentionality, isn't the only other option accidental? And they have to say yes. There's no third option. This is the great trap that I rarely get to set for people. If someone holds the position that something's accidental, there is actually no positive ontology for an accident. The only meaningful way to talk about an accident is if it misses the mark of an intention. Any way you talk about an accident, it's actually referring to the veering away from something that was intentional and missing the mark. So it's a big trap. I hardly ever get to use it though, because it's just I'm not in the right rooms and stuff. And honestly, I don't even want to be in those rooms. I don't even want to be in those rooms. I've been lifting for 18 years. I'm really strong, and I'm really small because I'm a woman. Yeah. You can't evolve into a man. Anyway, who's live? Obviously, you guys know what this last image is here. Anyway, if you guys know people who are super evetards and they want to debate, I'm always down for an evolution debate. Is calling yourself an ape a form of humble maxing? If so, does then saying we are the most intelligent of them negate it? That's a good one. That's a good one, Giovanni. I need more prizes, honestly. We need to craft our own, culture of awards and get society to believe that they're real. Oh, I already saw that. Anyway, we need to make golden shorts. Golden jorts is funny. I like that. All right, let's see who's out there, you guys. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming out during the day. I mean, midday, sometimes that's a hard one. But I had over 1,000 people here, so nice. Do you study philosophy outside of practicing it on your live debates? I want to get better at debating feminists. No, I actually didn't study philosophy. I kind of absorbed it through practice and through listening. I started to grasp the core underpinning things thanks to meanie pantses like Jay Dyer. And actually, I would argue that simplifying philosophy makes it more effective. Like going after pillars, going after assumptions, fundamental starting points. It could be vicious.
I like eating poop.
Oh, your culture is so disgusting. Debating in feminists? I mean, that's... Actually, I haven't done much debating against feminists. So that's more like Wilson. Go over to Wilson. I mean, really, you can copy and paste all of the best anti-feminist talking points and get really good at doing them in your own style. I would do that if I were you, if you wanted to do that anyway. Practice other people's arguments is a good practice. All right. Let's see who to redirect to so I can have another coffee and move on with my day. My work here is done. Apologetics Road Tour. I saw some of the stuff going on there. People's lives are being threatened, doxxed. People are accusing of Mike Jones for grifting for money to buy a new house. I don't really... Now, I'm in opposition to Churchill's apologetics, right? But you can't really... I think it's a mistake to be like, Mike Jones is grifting because his life is being threatened and he has the receipts for it. And they know where he lives, so he wants to move, but he can't afford to move. I mean, you could just say, he should just say, I'm grifting for But it's like, I get it. It's not like, it's actually not a dishonest approach. It's a big request, you know, because it's like you have to really, people really have to want you to win and be safe for them to donate, but they're not obligated in any way to have you buy a new house, right? It's not on them. It's out of their kindness to do that. Now, I think that's what the case is. No, with Mike Jones. The Arthur Bros. The Arthur Bros. Oh, hey, Tony. If you want to get better at debating feminists, get Verbal Combat 2 from Andrew. There you go. Right there. Right there. Or just, you know, or just DM Rachel until she has to block you because you ask her so many questions. You can do that too. Arthur Bros. The Arthur Bros. I actually don't see anybody who's earned your eyeballs, you guys. Sometimes that happens. I don't see anybody who's earned your eyeballs today. ThorpTube? What? What the heck? ThorpTube. Old Joe? Hey, Old Joe. Old Joe, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. I need someone to love me the whole way through. I've lost such a cause. Give me things that won't get lost. Like a coin that won't get tossed. Rolling home to you. Hey, guys. All right. You guys go nowhere. That's how it works. Much love to everybody in the chat. I really appreciate all your donations, all your support, your laughter, your giggles, your memberships, your Bob chats, and have a beautiful rest of your Saturday. Go to liturgy tomorrow. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. to go pick up the iconography master who just flew from Greece. And it's going to be probably a life-changing week for me, perhaps. So, with that said, I bid you adieu.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.